Good evening, Professor Jathukulam.
Hello, good morning.
Good afternoon, Professor Jathukulam.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you.
This is Gorpade here.
Oh, Gorpadaji, fine.
Today is my first, I'm the first participant to present the paper.
Oh, excellent. All best wishes.
Thank you.
Yeah. And time we have 15 minutes and try to complete within 15 minutes because after this technical session, we have one more and up to 9:30 it will continue. So
Okay.
then today we have two technical sessions.
Professor Jathukulam, after the first session, after my session at 6 o'clock, I have another webinar. I'll kindly excuse. I'll log out at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So there may be some questions. Questions will come in the chat box, and after that you can answer the question, send it to us so that we will communicate to them.
No issue. If you can send me the questions, I'll answer them separately.
Yeah, fine.
Because Mr. Vijayanand, is giving a webinar at 6 o'clock.
Oh, fine. That you have to attend, definitely.
Yes, from Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad.
Oh, fine. Excellent. Very good.
Hello.
No, actually, you told one thing is a very interesting thing. You see, your is actually according to that priority 1, 2, 3. So you are in the fourth, actually not in the first. There is some confusion because what happened? The panel on today's panel discussion 6 is continued from the remaining. So what I will do, I will request to our chairperson because our Gorpadaji has to attend another important meeting, so that I can request our chairperson to first give a chance to you.
Thank you. That will be nice.
That you need, so that I think 4:30 or something you can start. That
yeah, 4:30
nice.
to 4:45.
4:30 to 4:45. Then 4:35 you can spare some time also. There is no problem. I will request
I'll stay till 6 o'clock and then I'll.
No problem. So I will request to chairperson.
Thank you very much. It will be very nice of you.
Yeah. So try to limit it within 15 minutes. 15
Certainly.
minutes. That is there.
Certainly.
Okay, that
Certainly.
is the one. Okay. In this waste will not be okay, fine. Manji, okay, sorry. Dr. Rajan, how was the election?
It went on well.
So we missed you all these days. First 2 days we missed you.
Yeah, because engaging in democratic process is also important,
Yeah. That is more important.
Yes. So we had to join by 9 the early morning, 8 o'clock. And yesterday at around 11:30, everything was over. Material handing over. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So how was last 2 days?
It was really an excellent. We have a number of almost all papers are very good, above the average standard. Some are very good and some papers excellent.
Oh,
You have a paper from a Japanese scholar, a Korean scholars, then a paper from Pakistan, then other Nepal.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And this interesting thing is that there is a 50% of, we have 11 technical sessions. Major technical sessions are the culmination of Indian scholars and the foreign scholars. Yeah. What is it?
Okay.
Dr. Rajan, one thing, you are according to the list, you are in the first. First, from Karnataka, Sri Gorpadeji is there.
Yeah.
To attend one important meeting because they are organizing a program of Vijayanand and the Karnataka Parishad. So, with your permission, I request to our chairperson to invite Gorpadeji first, so that you can be the second. No problem in that order. They will follow.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem. Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Anyway, I'll be attending all these.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, because I'll be there till the end. No problem.
Yeah, Dr. Gilbert Sebastian. Yeah, may I speak? Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Sebastian.
Good afternoon, sir.
I have a request to you. You can take the priority, the order in the panel in the list, but except one request. We have a Karnataka, from Karnataka, we have a top political leader, Sri or what is the thing that there, Gorpadeji has to attend one important meeting, so that my request is that there you invite him the first in the list.
What is his name?
It is there. His name is
Panel
Name
6.
is
Okay. First in the list is
YB Gorpade,
V.Y.
Vice President Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad. So you have to give the first chance to Gorpadeji. And second, you can have it there from Rajan, Dr. Rajan onwards. You can follow the order as it is.
Okay.
This is my request.
Okay, we'll do that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay. Then the request is that there we have only 15 minutes, because after this technical session we have to go for another technical session also. So that my request is that there you have to give 15 minutes to panelists, and when they reach 12 minutes or 13 minutes, you can give a gentle warning to them. Then you can give a 2 minutes, 50 minutes, not beyond that. And question answer we can take after their presentations. Corporateji, there is no problem for that. We can chat box, whatever we are getting, we can communicate that questions to the corporateji. Then think there you have to take the all questions in the last. Then open for discussion. Then you can also have a 5 to 6 minutes for giving a kind of a concluding comments, your own observations and all things. That will be the mode of operation for the business. I think you are full freedom. You can take it there. This is only a general request from my side, our side.
Okay, thank you. So we'll begin at 4:30, no?
It's at 4:30. We can begin. We can start at 4:30.
Okay.
Sometimes maybe 2-3 minutes only for that.
Yeah.
Everything is fine.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, just want to check what is the time there? 4:30? The coordinator has signed on. Jose.
Yeah, Dr. Vinod, good afternoon.
Yes, I'm just checking on the time. What says the time if you there? It's 11 o'clock in Ghana.
Oh,
Good afternoon.
okay, good afternoon.
Jose, good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, fine.
Good evening, Professor Helmut. Good afternoon, Professor Dasarath Chetty.
You are giving directions for muting and unmuting and all things there. This time also you give again directions to them. Yeah,
Okay.
because that we got a request from some of the participants. We have to make announcement, regular announcement on that. But that may
Okay.
not be things there, but you can give a 1 or 2 announcement on that.
Okay.
Good afternoon, colleagues from South Africa. It's almost 1 o'clock here.
Okay.
Yeah, good morning, colleagues. It's almost 11 o'clock in Ghana.
Can we begin?
Yeah, we have 1 more minute.
Okay.
Not at 4:30.
For
Good morning from London. It's almost 11 o'clock in the morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh,
Good morning to you.
Thank you.
Morning to you.
we are eager to hear all of you.
morning, Asha, Bush, and good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Yeah, Dr. John, we can start.
Yes, I think we can start. Yes, Uma is there.
Yeah, yes.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, before I start, may I request all the participants to kindly mute their mics throughout this session unless they are speaking. So good afternoon from India. It's 4:30 here in India. Thank you to all the delegates who are joining us from different countries, from different time zones across the world. I am delighted to welcome you all to the 6th technical session of this conference. The 6th technical session is on rethinking decentralization during and after COVID-19. And this session will be on for 2.5 hours. I have great delight in welcoming Dr. Gilbert Sebastian and requesting him to chair this session. Dr. Gilbert is Assistant Professor at the Department of International Relations, School of Global Studies at the Central University of Kerala, which is one of the organizers of this conference. Gilbert is also a friend and a colleague of mine, so it's a great pleasure to welcome him here. Thank you, Gilbert, for agreeing to chair this session. I'll now hand over the screen and the mic to you, Gilbert, to conduct the proceedings. Thank you, Gilbert.
Thank you, Dr. Uma. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, we have 15 minutes each, as Dr. Jose Chattukulam has told us. We have 15 minutes each for each presenter. And I hope all the presenters are present here. I will just confirm. The first presenter will be Gorpade, I think. That is
Yeah.
what. Yeah.
I'm here.
Yes, you are there. And the second presenter will be, one second.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Yeah, you are there.
Dr. Kingsley Agomo and Landeja Zakaria, we are around.
Yes. And the second presenter will be Professor Rajan. And that is, one second, I'm just seeing it in a bigger screen. Yes. JB Rajan, Associate Professor from Kila, will be the second presenter. Is he there? Is he there?
I am here.
Okay. You are there. Okay, and then we will follow the same order except for the first speaker. And the third speaker is Kingsley Agumor. Kingsley S. Agumor. Is he there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
And there is another co-author along with him. That is Zakaria Langnell.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So both of you will be presenting together, or one person will be presenting?
One person will be presenting.
Okay. So Professor Kingsley will be presenting, or Zakaria will be presenting?
Dr. Zakaria will be presenting.
Okay, fine. So then the next speaker is Dasarath Chetty from South Africa, Durban. And there is a co-author, Sheetal Bhula. So who will be presenting in that session?
Both of us will present. So, Dr. Bhula will present the first part, and I'll present the second, about 7 minutes each.
Okay, fine. Okay. So then we have Professor Gorpade will come first. Dr. Gorpade will come first, and then we have Ramit Basu. Is he there?
Yes, I'm present here.
Okay,
I'm here.
Yeah, and CP Vinod from Government of Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram.
Yes.
Okay, you're also there.
Yeah.
Biplab Devnath. Is he there?
Dr. Gilbert, he is not there. He's an absentee because he has some health problem. Just now he got a message.
Okay. So we have a little more time. That is, maybe. So we will have 15 minutes, 20 minutes more. 20 minutes more, and if we divide the 20 minutes among 6 people, we'll get 3 minutes each. 3 minutes, a little more than 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So, but then shall we have 15 minutes or 16 minutes each presentation can be there? Dr. Jose?
Yeah, better you give 15 minutes, then we can have more time for discussion. That is more important, so that all participants can participate.
Fine.
You strict on 15 minutes. That is good. Thank you. Thank you.
Fine. So we will begin with the first speaker. And the first speaker is B.Y. Ghorpade, who is the Vice President of Karnataka Panchayat Raj President, Parishad, KPRP, and he is based in Bangalore, India, and he will be presenting his paper on challenges faced by local governments post COVID-19. So I welcome Professor Ghorpade to make his presentation. So please take 15 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Gilbert and Dr. Jose Chathukulam for giving me this opportunity to participate in this international webinar. In India, we have 3 panchayat. Local bodies consist of 3 panchayats, namely the Gram Panchayat, the Taluk Panchayat, and the Jilla Panchayat. These are the 3 tiers of local bodies. The Gram Panchayat is closest to the village, and then comes the Taluk Panchayat, which is above the Gram Panchayat and has about 25 Gram Panchayats under it. And then we have the district or the Jilla Panchayat at the district level, which has about 7 to 8 Taluk Panchayats. Today, there are several government departments, close to 29 of them, attached to these local bodies who function in tandem. So the paper examines the need to redefine the role of these local bodies and the governments which are attached to these local bodies for effective governance. When local people participate in their village development, they have to be equally adaptive to challenges, conditions that change, which are outside their control. And the COVID-19 pandemic poses such one, what should I say, a socio-economic constraint in the activities of the village community. So there has to be a paradigm shift in meeting these challenges, and local bodies by themselves cannot meet the challenges. Along with them, the government departments that are supporting these local bodies have to rise to the occasion, build up more capacity, build up more capability, become more flexible. So I'll come one by one and identify some of the main departments that are functioning with the local bodies. First one is the Anganwadi. Anganwadi is nothing but a play school at the village level, which caters to children below the age of 6 years. And there are about 12 in Karnataka. I'm taking all these figures, I'm taking based on Karnataka because it's a fairly large state, and we get a fairly good idea about the system and the arrangement that is present in these local bodies. In Karnataka, there are about 12 Anganwadis per Gram Panchayat, which translates to about 30 children per Anganwadi. Now, in view of this post-COVID-19, these Anganwadis have to build more capabilities in terms of educational input, in terms of nutritional input that they give to the children, and even rise to the occasion to meet the challenges of this new situation and function not just like play school, but graduate to a lower KG and upper KG, so that the children coming out of these Anganwadis are ready to enter the primary school at the first standard. Now, attached to this, we have in the same Gram Panchayat level about 4 local primary schools in each Gram Panchayat to cater to about 400 students. Now, this ratio looks to be very high. This translates to about 100 students per classroom. Therefore, in the post-COVID scenario where social distancing and other hygiene are more essential and emphasized on, the local bodies must immediately enhance the number of classrooms available, or build more classrooms, or build more sections to bring down the strength to 30 students per class. This is one of perhaps the most important major first step that the local bodies have to take in today's situation. Then we come to the primary health center. There are about 2 to 3 primary health centers per each one primary health center to cover 2 to 3 gram panchayats, which is a fairly adequate ratio. Now, these primary health centers are till now acting as referral centers to the taluk and the district level hospitals. Now, in view of the post-COVID-19 situation, they have to graduate to become diagnostic centers, have telemedical facilities, diagnostic clinic facilities, and also graduate to vaccinate the local population when the COVID-19 vaccination comes out. It's around the corner. So the first round of COVID-19 was successfully sort of won by doctors and nurses. Today in India, these doctors and nurses are totally tired and burnt out. So there's a serious shortage of young medical specialists. So the local bodies need to concentrate and pay attention to this aspect so that in future they are adequately prepared. There's one more important aspect that the primary health centers have to cater to is to store oxygen cylinders. As you can see in COVID-19 crisis, quite a few patients died because oxygen is not available on time. Therefore, the local bodies must ensure that the local industries in the taluk or in the district which use oxygen have ready stock of oxygen cylinders so they can be moved to the primary health center at short notice. Then we come to the primary schools. The standard of or the rating of a country in the present modern technological driven competitive world is not measured in terms of the GDP or the per capita income, but it is gauged by the proficiency level of primary school students in 2 critical subjects. One is English and the other one is mathematics. Therefore, after 34 years, this year, the Government of India, the Prime Minister has announced a national education policy, and which covers even the students at the age of children at the age of 3 to 6 years group as an integral part of the school education. Therefore, the Anganwadis, which I mentioned just now, have to perform at this level to prepare the students for modern education. Another important deficiency we have is the accountability of teachers. Today, what's happening, the poor educational outcome in public schools is primarily because the teachers are not accountable. Recently, there was a survey published in 2012. They conducted a survey to find out the capability of the teaching staff, and it was very dismal to find out that 91%, that is close to 730,000 teachers, failed the basic eligibility test. Because today the problem is the teachers cannot teach, leave alone English, they cannot teach even in their local language. As a result, students are all migrating to private schools, and today 47.5% of Indian children are in private schools, making it the 3rd largest schooling system in the world. Then we come to the midday meal program. This is a massive program which was started in 2001. It has been going on successfully. As you know, the local bodies has got 2 categories. One is the urban local body, the other one is the rural local bodies. The urban local bodies, the midday meal program is provided through a PPP arrangement, that is public-private participation, through an NGO called Akshay Patra. They are supplying regularly midday meals to the urban local body schools. And then in the rural local bodies, every school has a kitchen which provides, which makes fresh food and serves to the children at the lunchtime. Today, India's midday meal scheme is one of the largest schooling program, the largest school lunch program in the world, benefiting close to 97 million, 100 million children, catering to about 1 million schools. So this is a very massive program. So why I'm mentioning this is in the post-COVID scenario, where the supply chain has broken down because of various lockdowns, the local body must ensure and go out of the way to coordinate with the state governments to make sure that the supply chain, food grain supply chain to this midday meal program is not affected. Then we have another important issue of drinking water and sanitation. Today, in the rural areas, 34% of the habitation have inadequate water supply, which means 34% of the sanitation are poor. There are no sanitation facilities, which is a very big, large number. Therefore, recently there was a survey conducted by the Central Public Sector Enterprises that reports says 72% of the toilets had no running water, 75% were not maintained hygienically, and about 30% were damaged due to poor maintenance. Now, with this scenario, it's going to be very pathetic to carry out any health program and provide good nutritional and health conditions or health inputs to the students. So the rural India predominantly depends on bore wells. Therefore, borewell is one which is there in all the habitations in the rural areas. And in Karnataka, for example, we have 60,000 habitations and there are about 160,000 borewells. So which is about 2 to 3 borewells per habitation, which is a fairly good number, good ratio. But the point is the water level, the water table of these borewells constantly needs to be upgraded, monitored and enhanced. Therefore, there's a need to have a massive rainwater harvesting program at the village level. As you know, rainwater harvesting is very difficult, very expensive to do in the metropolitan cities because of the huge tall rise building, construction, etc. Whereas in the rural areas where the housing layouts are quite simple, straightforward, it's possible to have this. So the local bodies must come forward on a massive scale across the board, conduct what you should say, rainwater harvesting program at village level. Then we come to the public distribution system for food grains. Now there are several ration shops in India, in the rural areas, which cater to this. For example, one ration shop caters to for about 3 habitations. So in Karnataka, if there are 60,000 habitations, there are close to 20,000 ration shops. Now the government every year procures millions of tons of food grain from the farmers at a declared minimum support price to distribute the grains through these ration shops. Now, I don't want to go into too many details. Recently, there were 3 amendments to the, 3 new, not amendments, there are 3 new bills passed in the parliament, which affects the farmers directly. As you all must have noticed on the international TV and on the world news, there's a massive agitation going on in Delhi, where farmers from Punjab, Haryana are on strike for almost now today is the 12th or 13th day, demanding that these 3 bills have to be repealed. Sort of discontinued and fresh bills need to be brought in. Now this poses a lot of problems, so I don't want to get into too many details. I only want to say that the Gram Panchayat must now step in. That is the local body at the Gram Panchayat level must step in and provide the required protection, security in terms of marketing, in terms of storage, in terms of distribution, in terms of price control to these farmers. Because in India, 86% of the farmers have a land holding of about 2.5 acres. Now, this is a huge window for the local bodies to step in and give the required protection, because you can't expect the farmers to go to different places to sell their produce. Earlier, they were selling it at their government assigned market yards. Now, if that is going to be sort of dismantled or discouraged, then the only government agency or a statutory body on which the farmers can depend is the Gram Panchayat. So Gram Panchayats must provide them storage facility, control the price, artificial price inflation, because one of the bills removes the condition of essential commodities being stored. Earlier, items like onion, potato could not be stored. Today, they have removed that from the bill, removes all that and allows anybody to store them. Now, if you do that, the middlemen, the traders will store disproportionate quantity of potatoes, onions, and artificially monitor and control the price. So this is one of the biggest challenge now in front of the Gram Panchayat, the local body, to efficiently handle and support the farmers so that they are not unnecessarily harassed, deprived, and made to lose a lot of money. Next comes the rural employment. We all know that the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme is a very massive scheme, perhaps the biggest in the world, which gives employment to several people at the rural areas, the unskilled people who don't have a job. Now, recently, the state government also has allowed the central government has also allowed the state governments to increase the wages of this scheme from 249 rupees to 275 rupees. India has a huge migrant. One more important thing is India has a huge migrant economy. Close to 300 people, both direct and indirect, put together. Migrant workers crowd to townships, small cities, mega cities, and other prosperous rural states for employment. You all must have seen when the first lockdown took place, nobody had any idea what is the magnitude of this migrant population. When we all got to know how serious it is when they started walking for hundreds of kilometers on the highways trying to reach their native place. So the government needs to pay much greater attention, and the local body especially has a very good opportunity now to take stock of this migrant laborer and monitor their progress, monitor where they are. Because one more thing is going to happen now, vaccination is going to start very soon. So the local body, that is the Gram Panchayat, along with the primary health center and the Anganwadis, must provide safe vaccination, the COVID-19 vaccination to all these people, especially the migrant laborers. And in the process, you'll get an idea at the village level, who are the migrant laborers, where they are going, so that you have better control to monitor them in case such a pandemic occurs again in the near future. Another important factor coming under rural employment is the social forestry. Now, we are not paying attention to energy plantation. You only talk about sugar cane. Now we have what is known as energy cane. Energy cane is nothing but biomass used for producing electricity. Now, for example, 5,000 acres of energy plantation can support a power plant based on biomass for 20 megawatt. A 20 megawatt power plant can be set up.
Excuse me, Professor Gurupade. We have 3 more minutes, 2 to 3 minutes for you again.
No issue. I'll complete that. So this is one important factor. I never realized time has run so much. But anyway, every taluk must have this. Social forestry is very essential for creating employment, and it enables the self-help group, women's self-help groups, local people to participate in the supply chain, taking the biofuel from the forest to the power plant. Now, one more important thing is the solid waste management. Today, the government of India provides 20 lakh of rupees, that is 2 million rupees for a solid waste management unit to be set up in each Gram Panchayat. Now, if 5 Gram Panchayats come together, that's known as a cluster development, and set up one solid waste management at the Jilla Panchayat level, it will make a world of a difference, because 20 lakhs into 5 to 6 gives you 1.2 crores or 12 million rupees, and you will have a better economy of scale. In Karnataka, we have 6,000 Gram Panchayats and 1,000 Jilla Panchayats. So 1,000 Jilla Panchayats, in 1,000 Jilla Panchayats, you can set up 1,000 solid waste management units, and it will make world of a difference to the rural cleanliness. Now, coming to last very important factor is the self-help groups. Now, women self-help groups are there right from the beginning. In Karnataka, 60,000 self-help groups are there with a total membership of 2.5 million as on 2000 March 19. And based on this, in 2003, an All India Women's Bank was established in Sandur Taluk, Ballari district, in which I was actively, personally associated. This is a model which every taluk should replicate, not only in Karnataka, but throughout the state. Now, lastly, the NGO participation is very important. NGOs have been participating in the educational system. There are about 3 million registered NGOs in the country, which is about double the total primary schools in India, providing primary education. Now, along with this, the local bodies must associate with the NGOs on a PPP model to provide maintenance and operation and maintenance support for RO plants, infrastructure, etc. Because in the rural areas, for example, in Karnataka, we have 11,000 RO plants providing potable drinking water for 6,000 Gram Panchayats. But who's to maintain them? After some time, they sort of lack of maintenance, they die out, and then it stops working. So similarly, maintenance is required for infrastructure, whether it is school, midday meal kitchen, etc. Now, because paucity of time, I'll skip the revolution part of it, because the funding aspect is very important. But unfortunately, because of time, I won't dwell on that. My paper talks about it, how a resource envelope is required. When you want to do planning, we have to have a resource envelope to tell the Gram Panchayat from where the resources are coming. Today, the Gram Panchayats receive funds from 7-8 resources, and the district planning committee at the district level must monitor this resource envelope and give it to the Gram Panchayat, so that based on this Government of India Gram Panchayat development plan, the panchayats know what are their resources, only then they can plan effectively. Lastly, we are doing all this to improve the quality of life. So there has to be an index or a devolution index, a parameter or a performance management system to evaluate how the village has improved. At least we must have about 10 parameters. We are working on that in Karnataka through our Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad. Also, we are working on that to have about 10 identifiable, easily understandable parameters, so that after every year, once in a year, we know how the quality of life is improved. Today, what is happening? The local bodies have got into a group. They don't think this side, that side. They don't look this side, that side. They blindly follow whatever guidelines come from the state government, whatever funds are devolved. They use the funds as soon as possible and hope for new funds to come. Therefore, this is a new paradigm shift is required, necessary, and now is the time after this COVID-19, after this huge pandemic, when there's a lot of disturbance, socio-economic disturbance, both in the rural and in the urban areas. So start thinking on these lines. This is in a nutshell. I would like to present all this to start thinking on these lines. Thank you very much. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Professor Gorpade. We will, so that is in a nutshell, the situation in India and especially in Karnataka about local self-governments. And that will give an idea to everybody how the local self-governments are functioning and what are the activities which local self-governments are doing. So now we have the next presenter, that is Professor Rajan, J.B. Rajan. One second. I will just introduce him. J.B. Rajan is an associate professor at Kila, that is Kerala Institute of Local Administration, Thrissur. So I welcome Dr. J.B. Rajan. He is going to present his paper on COVID-19 and role of local governments, need for second decentralization in India. So let us listen what he means by second decentralization. Welcome, Dr. Rajan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, can you? Okay. The PowerPoint is, can you see the PowerPoint?
Let me see.
Hello?
Yeah, Dr. Rajan, we can see your PowerPoint, but it will be nice if you can put it in play mode.
Presentation mode.
The problem is, I don't know, some technical problem. Presentation mode, when I put it, you cannot see it. That is my previous experience with. Okay. So, good evening all. First of all, I congratulate CRM for organizing such a wonderful international webinar on the topic of contemporary importance. So my presentation is on COVID-19 and role of local governments, need for second decentralization in India. We know that the decentralization, maybe we will call it as first decentralization, took place in 1992 and almost a quarter century is over now. Over the period when we look back, maybe from the central government, there is apathy about decentralization. Maybe they are more on centralized mode of framework is following. In states also the same trend is showing. But COVID-19 pandemic is in a way, I would say, a wake-up call to all of us to think of seriously for a second decentralization considering the role of local government. And the question is why? So we know that I'll start from Kerala experience. Also there are best practices and experiences by the role of local governments in other states. Also, even internationally, there are so many examples. Anyway, I will stick on to national level and also more particularly Kerala experiences on the role of local governments during COVID-19 pandemic. So in Kerala, what happened is during COVID-19 pandemic, local government has played a very significant role in terms of setting up community quarantine center, community kitchen, caring the poorest. Even there are local governments who collected data on migrant labor and all that. Then they have monitored the COVID-19 protocol and all that, and functioned as a surveillance mechanism for COVID protocol. Then wherever there are scarcity of materials or medicine, they form the supply chain so that uninterrupted supply of all those needy materials can be offered to the citizens. And these are the common kind of areas of interventions that we could see from Kerala with regard to the role of local governments. In addition to that, there are many anecdotes that also I will share. Maybe I will say that simply I am listing few panchayats, but there are many panchayats did similar manner. So Nandiyodu Grama Panchayat has set up an organic village and started organic farming immediately, so that they could reap organic agriculture produce for the supply of the villages. Then another Panchayat, Panayam Grama Panchayat, has set up a unit manufacturing sanitizer so that low-cost sanitizer can be, at a reasonable price, can be distributed to the citizens. Similarly, Mala Block Panchayat started mask production units. Kulaturu Grama Panchayat, honey cool nutri drink to the citizens. Even in education, there is one Panchayat in Thrissur. Minnamini is a Malayalam term, that is the nickname that they have given for educating the children and also making them aware of the issues on COVID and things like that. Then Aimanam Grama Panchayat has conducted massive awareness program to the people of the Panchayat. There are few Panchayat like Mangatadam, Chennithala, Nulpura. These Panchayat have designed the data management system, and the up-to-date information is available to the people through dashboard. In addition to the tackling the problems of people, there are Panchayat who care animals and birds also. Alappuzha district Panchayat, for example, distributed food to the dogs. Similarly, Nulpura Panchayat, for monkeys and dogs, they distributed food and things like that. And Malappuram Jilla Panchayat has taken special package of program for caring dialysis patients. And these are the examples I have taken from some of the panchayats, but these are not isolated cases. Initially, we could see that they have played a very significant role. Even from other states, I could say Karnataka, for example. Just now there is a presentation on Karnataka. They have set up a decentralized mechanism for containing COVID. Similarly, in Orissa, power of district collector is given to the Sarpanch of Grama Panchayat during this pandemic time. Then from Assam, they prepared a program, designed a program so that they could able to efficiently rehabilitate 6 lakh migrants coming from other states, returned from other states. In Punjab, the lockdown is declared by the Sarpanch of the Grama Panchayat and monitored by the Grama Panchayat itself. So these example shows that, of course, Kerala is concerned. Normally we say that Kerala model of decentralization, and there are so many best practices. But during this COVID time, we could notice that even other states have also played a very good role as far as managing the situation of COVID-19. The question is why? Why the local government in general have played a pivotal role in containing COVID-19? The answer is simple. One is that the cost of providing service is comparatively low as far as the local governments are concerned. And local governments are the governments more closer to the people, and they know the local problems and needs better than centralized governance system. And local governments have much space for deepening democracy, so that scope for social capital is very high at the local government level. And the question is, what really has influenced? Of course, Kerala has long history of people plan campaigns starting from 1996 onwards. And in addition to that, our learning during 2018 flood and also 2009 played a significant role in rehabilitating people, taking safety measures, even post-flood time, the health measures and all that. So that has given a rich experience for the state as a whole. Based on that, in 2020 January, the state has made a decision and requested our local governments to prepare a disaster management plan. So that also done very partisan influence to Kerala during pandemic. Similarly, in India, 2015 onwards, with the initiative MOPR, GPDP is being started 2015, and in almost all states now are preparing Gram Panchayat development plan. That also done through a very participatory groups and things like that. So in a way, they could able to, at least for GPTP, they could able to ensure the social capital also. So these have influence involving Gram Panchayat during pandemic situation, I would say. So the question is, what can we do during post-pandemic? Of course, local governments can be a very good role. They proved that we can do something, at least situation like pandemic. So in Kerala context, I would say that we have witnessed and victimized by Oki cyclone, then incessant floods, 2018 sea erosion, lot of calamities, natural disaster and things like that. So during pandemic, we are now seriously thinking of a new normal situation. So what should be the new normal do in the new normal situation? Of course, I would say the new normal is institutionalizing and learning so far from all these. So what is the new learning? We have now the new lifestyle, new work culture recognized now. And vocal the local, even the Prime Minister recognizes the importance of vocaling the local. And based on all these experience, we also realize the importance of seriously looking at plan for managing climate change and disaster management. So based on that, my suggestion is that it is time for second year. Two levels there are interventions required. At the centralized level, of course, National Disaster Management Act 2005 is there. Based on the role of local governments that they have played during the pandemic, there is a serious amendments required in the National Disaster Management Plan. So two examples, I would say that Ben Act itself, local government has given the role that they deserve. For example, based on NDMA, National Disaster Management Act, National Disaster Management Authority we constituted. India's authority, rural development has given representation, but MOPR has not given representation. That needs to be done. Even when we look at district disaster management authority, collector is the chair, and in Kerala his chair is district panchayat president, but he shows that again we are going back from panchayat badge to collector badge. So that need to be changed. And also one chapter is dealing with the local authority. Local authority can be even not necessarily local government alone. So more focus is required on local government, national level, state level, district level, local. Considering all this, a major
Excuse me. You have 3 minutes.
government is required for the yes, okay. This is almost last.
Okay.
Similarly, we are still in the 7, even well before our independence. That need to be repealed and it should be replaced with a new legislation. In the year 2000, Control and Management of Epidemic, Bioterrorism and Disaster Act. Disaster bill was drafted in the year 2017, but that is not passed. That need to be passed. Then Union Finance Commission can to be enhanced to the local government. So their share to be enhanced. At this state level, more the evolution is required in respect of revenue, because revenue department is still in the, they are controlling the whole thing. But during the pandemic, the department. So there is a need for devolving bottom level functionaries from revenue department, considering the issues that almost all states is facing, the issues of labor, migrants, labor department bottom level officials to be devolved, transferred to the local government. Similarly, local statistics is important for that Department of Economic and Statistics. The cutting edge level officials to be transferred to the local government, and local statistics should be given more important. That is very much important for local planning and all. Right? Similarly, disaster management, at least a substantial share to be given to them. And being a headquarters for Grama Sabha, a Grama Kendra to be set up in every part of the panchayat. These are the suggestions that I put forth as part of second decentralization. It is time for it. And I think this webinar will seriously consider the suggestion, and this will be taken up for further action. Thank you very much. Hello.
Dr. Gilbert. Dr.
Hello.
Gilbert.
I think, Dr. John, there may be a connectivity problem for Dr. Sebastian. Can you invite the third speaker?
Well, I now request Kingsley S. Agmoor to make his presentation. The chairperson is, I think he has lost his connectivity. So, Dr. Kingsley.
Okay. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Right. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, my computer just got shut down immediately.
Yeah,
Yes.
Dr. Sebastian, there is no problem. And now we invite third speaker. Let him start. Yeah.
Okay.
You
Okay.
can chair this session. Let him start. Okay.
Okay. Fine.
All right. My name is Dr. Kingsley Agmoor, and I'm here with Dr. Zachariah Lagnell, and I will be presenting on the recentralization during COVID-19 and its positive and negative effects. Dr. Zakaria will take it up and do the presentation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon once again. Like Dr. Gomo said, we are looking at re-centralization during COVID and its positive and negative effects. Actually, COVID differed between countries due to the decisions in government and then the public management. And in fact, COVID had a wide range of impact on public institutions across the country or across the world. In fact, there had been a lot of trade-off between economic shutdown and then preventing death, trade-off between health and civil liberties, trade-off between political and then technocratic governance. So there have been that kind of problematic trade-offs in all the countries across the globe. In fact, like I said, there had been decisions differed as to how COVID was managed, both in governance and then public management space. And then to a varying degree, it was clear that there was a significant disruption with regard to state institutions. It has undermined former inclusive platforms, even platforms that required the engagement between state institutions and then the citizens. There were a lot of disruptions. If I remember in Ghana, yeah, Parliament has to, some of them tested positive and they have to go self-quarantine. Even the seat of the government, some of them have to go for self-quarantine. Even judiciary, somewhere along the line, they have to go for self-quarantine. And then everything was a bit disrupted. And then there was that kind of that interface that's supposed to mediate between citizens and then the state. There was that kind of disruption in terms of state institution and then state architecture. And that was very fundamental when it comes to COVID. In fact, and this thing was across the globe. And then you realize that, in fact, this disruption kind of, people try to rely on some centralized kind of policy making, and then which also is in line with what literature is supposed to do. So, but if you look at literature on COVID, people have looked at its implications on economic and health outcomes going forward. But rarely do people look at its impact on multi-level governance, and that is very critical. And we think that that kind of multi-level governance, precisely on local governance framework, is very important that we need to look at. So, but if you look at a complex issue like COVID and other policies that are very complex and wicked in nature, if you ask me, for instance, issues about climate change, issues about COVID, that have global dimensions, you realize that you need a shared responsibilities, you need mutual dependence, and we need common challenges. So there might be that kind of coordination, if you ask me, between all levels of governance, and that's very critical. So we want to look at whether re-centralization as a policy framework of a governance structure really help improve the management of COVID. And then want to look at it, looking at Ghanaian unique case. Okay, like I said, whether we like it or not, there had been COVID had a lot of spatial dimensions, territorial implications, territorial governance, and then if you like, multi-level governance implications. And then we also realize that, so if you look at literature is even kind of divide whether open societies, or if you like, liberal or democratic societies, are more effective or compared to authoritarian societies. But however, if you look at from the onset of the pandemic, there was this kind of view. Commentators and analysts have argued that, oh, a pandemic of this nature, you need a more open society, a more liberal or democratic society were not effective. For that matter, the authoritarian or autocratic system were a bit more effective to dealing with a pandemic of this nature. But this is very quite an assumption, and then it needs to be interrogated to see how that one pans out to see. But if you look at it, there was also in the literature, there's also some argument with regard to centralized and decentralized or federal system, if you like. And then some have argued that, oh, in terms of a pandemic or a global pandemic of this nature, you need a decentralized system to be able to deal with a pandemic. And then that is also one of the assumptions that need to be interrogated in terms of with literature. Okay, so if you look at some life example, we've realized that in most European countries, Italy, Spain, Brazil, and then during the initial stage, United Kingdom, they all activated an urgent decentralization policies of decentralization of multi-level governance. So they decided to centralize their COVID management architecture. And then if you look at other, in sharp contrast to that, we saw that in Germany, we saw that in Switzerland, maybe New Zealand or Russia, there were a bit more territorialized policies that have been implemented to deal with COVID. Now, if you look at this live examples, which one do we think is even more important, more effective if you want to really deal with a pandemic or a global health crisis like COVID-19? But so we try to interrogate, this is our theoretical reason. We try to look at it, looking at Ghanaian unique case. We want to look at whether that one also pan out in terms of Ghanaian context. So we did this one too, qualitative, and then we try to look at newsletters, we look at some reports of government of Ghana, and we try to interrogate this issue. Now, I would just want to give a bit of Ghanaian situation with respect to COVID. But you realize that Ghana first recorded its first case. Ghana recorded its first case in March. Then following that, from March 16, we have the president coming out to announce a number of a raft of restrictions to limit, close the borders, close the land borders. They try to close the public spaces, and schools were also closed, and all these kind of things. So a lot of public, just to a number of restrictions, and then were announced by the president. Now, you also realize that just to get things fast, as at Ghana today is the fourth higher in terms of a number of cases we've recorded, and then trading Nigeria, Egypt, and then South Africa. So these are some of the countries Ghana is a bit looking at. Ghana is like kind of fourth higher in terms of number of cases confirmed. Then as of 5th December, we've realized that Ghana had a total case of 52,096 with 50,924 recovered, and then only 325 deaths. So that's Ghana's COVID situation. But we want to look at, so we try to interrogate our theoretical reasons. Then we realize that to be able to consolidate, if you like, to strengthen to help the government push through its centralized policy making, we realized that there were 3 executive instruments that were urgently issued by the executive president. So we have EI 63 that established emergency communication instrument. We also have EI 64 that imposed restriction instruments. Then we also have EI 66 on the imposition of restriction revised version. Then we also have, so all these instruments kind of gave the executive president some powers, some sweeping power to issue directions. And if it were that kind of try to mute, if you ask me, some decentralized voices like the people's participation, so that when the president speaks, no one can question what the president is saying. That they were kind of emergency instrument. And then per our analysis, we realized that these instruments, though they were meant to do something to contain and prevent the pandemic, they kind of muted the voices of decentralized outlets, right? So people's participation in the system. So when the president speaks, democracy was kind of, democratic characteristics were kind of brought at bay, you see, based on this decentralized, this executive instrument. So this one kind of provided a platform for the president to pursue, or if you like, the ITER, the centralized policy making architecture. Then we also have something we also realize is that there was a kind of president address to the nation every fortnight. Like, so the president comes to address, and then as at last we counted the last one, we counted about 19 of such addresses. And what does it take to do? This 19 addresses meant that the president only come to prescribe from that centralized level, prescribe what everybody should do. And then that is what all other governance level. And before that, I will just use this opportunity to talk about what briefly Ghana's decentralized system. We have three-tier governance system. We have the central level, we have the regional level, and we have the very local level, the district level, and then we all have municipalities and then municipal assembly, all these kind of things. But what it means is that whenever a president comes to speak, all other government institutions, government architecture fall in line. What it means that they have to carry out what the president is saying. And to us, though this is meant to do something, but it kind of try to let everybody follow what that central unit is saying. And then you can't question what the president was, or the president actions, you can't say anything about that. So it kind of gave some kind of sweeping power to the president to really pursue that centralized policies. Although Ghana, we try to say we are practicing that kind of decentralized policy making. Now, then going in detail, we want to look at this each cascading effect. Then we realize that.
Excuse me, Dr. Zakaria, you have 3 minutes more. Okay.
Okay. How many minutes?
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Okay. So we have Ghana has, like I said, so we have in terms of COVID-19 tests, we have only 3, and they were all located at the regional levels. So we didn't see them at any other regions. So then we also we had something we called National Trust Fund for COVID-19. This one, they had other organizations like churches, private sector contributing to it, but this was managed solely by government, centralized office level, and then local government were not really be seen inside playing a critical. So what this happening, there were a lot of challenges. So challenges in terms of disbursements of stimulus packages, inefficiencies, institutional ambiguity, and lack of coordination in terms of all this. And there were a lot of politicization. And let me hammer that Ghana, we just had elections, and I think that was the reason why you could see the ministers took over all the COVID-19 and wanted to be seen. Everybody was talking about the local level, and the decentralized governance sector were not really being active in terms of COVID-19 management. So it was a centered kind of policy making. Then there was so because of that, what were the effects? There were a lot of social distancing protocol were not being followed, and then the local level, they had it very difficult to really try to get people to follow all these protocol that the president was announcing from the center. And then let's say a place like Accra, when we have Accra Metropolitan Assembly like this, they had this very tough time to get people to wear masks and all, because everybody was looking at the president. And then the local level, when the local official go to enforce it, there were a lot of difficulty. They have to bring in soldiers, they have to bring in military to get people to comply with all these things. To me, to us, it is not that COVID that has caused it. It is a long period of neglect of local government bodies in Ghana and perhaps in other African countries. So COVID-19 only came to exacerbate the already neglected situation that we have witnessed in terms of political decentralization, administrative, and then even physical decentralization. It's a long period of neglect of local government environment in Ghana. And COVID-19 only came to expose what is already we know for that long time. Okay, so we want to argue that since most of these threatening policies, global pandemic like that will keep emerging as we are seeing them, local government need to take their rightful place, so that a pandemic like this should not be the one that will silence the voices of multi-level governance. But we need local government that will stand up. If it is that they have to find a way of raising their own resources, then we need to do that to be able to deal with future pandemic like this nature. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
You have concluded in time.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Welcome.
So that was a situation about Ghana. And some questions, one or two questions are asked in the chat box. We'll take them up later in the discussion session, which we'll do together. So this is a question of re-centralization, which Dr. Zakaria spoke about. Now we'll go to the next speaker. That is Dasarath Chetty. Yeah, and he is a project executive at the eThekwini municipality, Durban, South Africa, and he is also an adjunct professor in management studies at Durban University of Technology, South Africa. And his paper is on the quest for food security in the eThekwini municipality. Right. So I invite Professor Dasarath Chetty to make his presentation. Okay, there is okay. Dasarath Chetty is there, and Sheetal Bhula is also there.
Yes.
So Sheetal Bhula, they have co-authored the paper, so they will share 7 minutes each. So she is actually with the School of Social Sciences in the University of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban, South Africa. So who is going to come first?
I'll introduce the topic, Dr. Sebastian.
Fine. Dr.
Thank you very much.
Dasarath.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Sebastian. And may I also say thank you to Dr. Joss and Professor John Malakutu for inviting us to make this presentation today and contribute to the publication that's going to appear sometime in the future. What we've done in this paper is to look at the quest for food security in the eThekwini municipality. That is the city of Durban, which is on the east coast of South Africa in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And South African society is faced currently with triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. And all of these conditions were worsened by the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. So what we looked at is the way in which the municipality has responded to questions of food relief, food security, in that quest for what we call food sovereignty. And Dr. Bhula is going to take us through the concepts that we use in the initial part of the paper, and then I'll talk a little more about the more practical implications of what has transpired during the past year. So I'll hand over then to Dr. Bhula.
Good day, everybody, and thank you for having us. As we can see there, we are addressing the quest for food security in the eThekwini municipality. And I'm just going to move over to the first slide. So I think everybody generally is globally aware of the universal awareness and the human suffering caused by food insecurity in the developing world. And there's continued rise of global economic disparities, and this has obviously been compounded with the recent economic challenges brought upon by the COVID-19 pandemic. But there's always been an ongoing struggle in need of intervention by multilateral and diverse social, economic, and political structures to address this issue. There have been many theories and many propositions put forward in terms of the roles of international corporations and their governance and strengthening capacities to solve the world food problem per se. So let me move forward to the second slide. So there have been efforts, of course, internationally and globally. And the COVID-19 reports have basically highlighted and brought to the fore the need for food security programs and, of course, fiscal help from multilateral structures. And there have been many repercussions, as we have seen and we can note as well. And the general quest is for everyone to be more engaged, more proactive in the quest for hunger relief on the whole, particularly within developing nations. So, and there has been considerable report in terms of policy intervention strategies that have been, for example, unsuccessful, that are brought forward to this global challenge. Just to give you an indication of the locality, all right, here we have a South Africa map. So South Africa is located over there, if everybody can see my cursor. And that's, of course, zooming into South Africa, and that is the region itself, all right? And here the South African government was really criticized for their role and their approach to the pandemic in terms of their contribution to food insecurity in the area. And we found that local organizations and particular individuals basically came forward to address this concern and of course assisted with food relief subsidies. So just to unpack the concepts of food security. So academically, scholars and globally, and many stakeholders as well, we've always been using these concepts, food security, food relief, and food sovereignty very interchangeably. And of course, they've been driven by different multilateral strategies, and they've been aligned closely to, of course, the ideological objectives and goals of each organization per se. So there's always been an overlap in understanding the concept and the way it's been defined by scholars and global stake players. So if we just underline and look at the basics of it, Amartya Sen states that starvation is a characteristic of some people not having enough food to eat. It is not the characteristics of there being not enough to eat. And herein lies the difference between citizenship, customer relations, each offering different sets of rights in the new millennium. So all these definitions have similarities and they're important variances. And there's no single definition for each of these concepts. And like I highlighted earlier on as well, these definitions are all influenced by the goals and purposes of global food stakeholders. If you look at food security now, almost 200 propositions, quite a bit. But what I want to highlight is the accepted definition by the World Food Summit of 1996. And this organization defined the term food security as when all people at all times have access to sufficient, safe, nutritious food to maintain a healthy and active life. And the term makes reference to the ability of the community, family, or individual to be able to eat sufficiently in terms of both quantity and quality, as prescribed by international standards. And there we look at the availability of food, access, quality, the safety, consumption, and utilization, which all basically have to be simultaneously achieved to avoid food insecurity. So a global organization, as a food and agricultural organization, defines food security when all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient and safe and nutritious food. If I move to the next slide as well, food sovereignty here, again, a very globally accepted definition by the World Food Summit indicates the right of nations and peoples to control their own food systems, including their own markets, productions, mode, food cultures, and environments. But central to food sovereignty is democracy and the right of people and communities to control and influence their food policies and systems. Quickly, I just want to overview on the 6 pillars, which I highlight here of food sovereignty, which is inclusive and broad and very accepted internationally. So just to point out the 6 points to you. So there needs to be a distinct approach of value towards supporting sustainable livelihoods and respecting the work of food providers. Food systems need to be localized by decreasing the space between food suppliers and consumers, having the ability to reject food dumping and inappropriate food aid. And then, of course, the 3rd point, the rejection of privatization of natural resources and the need to ensure that local food suppliers have actual control over their products and the need to inhabit and, of course, share territories in that regard. the promotion of skill development and knowledge in relation to food and research to support a strategy that can be passed down into generations, and a concerted effort to reject technologies that undermine local food systems, as well as the capacity to maximize the contributions of the ecosystems and to reject energy-intensive monoculture and industrial and destructive production methods. Food relief primarily is understood as an emergency intervention through government and relief organizations, and of course, with the implementation of appropriate strategies to ensure cost-effective supply of food items to the vulnerable. South Africans too, like Sub-Saharan Africa and many other regions in the world, and here I make mention, of course, Latin America and the Caribbean, where we've got almost 1/3 that are food insecure in the world, and then more than 1/5 in Asia. And Sub-Saharan Africa has the highest prevalence of undernourished despite constant curbs to curb this trajectory. South Africans too have increasingly become more food secure and insecure over the last decade because of rising unemployment rates and increasing poverty. And there's been consistent unemployment for over a decade now, youth unemployment, poverty before the pandemic. And recent statistics that indicate the pandemic has worsened the above statistics indicate that just under almost 50% of South Africans were unemployed as the economy shrunk over the last 6 months. So this, of course, has impacted access and availability to food to the majority of South Africans. I'm now going to hand over to Professor Chetty to continue.
Thank you. All right, so just to put this in context, South Africa has 57 million people, and we've had about 23,000 COVID deaths during the course of this year. It is regarded as the most unequal society in the world, where two families, the Ruperts and the Oppenheimers, control the same amount of wealth as the bottom 50% of the population. So that gives you some idea of the kind of problem. Now, in our constitutional democracy post-1994, we've put in place a number of food security policies that impact on the different spheres of government, national, provincial, and local government. And the eThekwini municipality is the local government in the city of Durban, where we have 4 million people, and 20% of them living in informal settlements, where, as we just heard, and similar to Ghana, it's virtually impossible to social distance. Now, the right to have access to sufficient food is embedded in Article 27 of the RSA Constitution, which states that every citizen has the right to have access to sufficient food, water, and social security, and that the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the realization of this right. Article 28 further states that every child has the right to basic nutrition. The National Development Plan, which was written in 2013, identifies food security, water security, and rural development, amongst other things, including more effective models of Black economic empowerment, diets, nutrition, and so on. And the National Policy on Food and Nutrition Security provides the framework within which this constitutional obligation may be met. Now, what has the municipality done? During the pandemic itself, as part of a poverty alleviation program that is being run by the municipality, the soup kitchens, which historically provided free meals to the poor, had to be closed. And so, whereas many people benefited as a result of the 76 soup kitchens that operate in the poorest areas of Durban, these were closed, and local government decided to hand out hampers through the 103 elected ward councillors in the city. So each ward councillor was given 1,000 hampers, and as you can imagine, political patronage and corruption and so on became the order of the day in the distribution of those hampers. And currently investigations are underway to find out exactly what happened and how it went wrong. In any event, That was the social relief approach that was used. With regard to the homeless, and there are about 4,000 homeless people in the city of Durban, 2,000 of whom sleep on the streets every day. A number of shelters were set up, 11 temporary shelters, and they were housed there. Water tanks were put up, chemical toilets, sanitation facilities, and so on. But during the period of the hard lockdown, April, May, and June 2020, the food supply was short. The way in which food was being distributed was problematic because there was no appropriate database that could be used, despite programs that exist that were supposed to attend to those kinds of things. And so there wasn't an equitable and a fair distribution of resources. How many minutes, Dr. Sebastian?
2 to 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. So the most important element of our case study of Durban is actually an analysis of the so-called community gardens that are run by co-ops. Now, in the city, we have 426 co-ops that are managed by members of the community. And you may know that Durban as a city has both urban and rural characteristics. So there are large tracts of land that are owned by the municipality and by the Ingonyama Trust. And people who would like to farm those lands that are not being used can make an approach to the municipality, and land from 1 hectare to up to 7 hectares is given free of charge to community members who form a co-op in terms of the legislation, and then run that co-op, hoping that they would provide enough food for their families, and the excess product can then be taken to market or shared or bartered in some way to ensure, I think, food security and relief during difficult times. Now, the program itself has not been without its challenges, and I'm going to come to the conclusions here. And what we found was that there is no evaluation of the impact, the cost effectiveness, or the community benefits deriving from this program. Whilst co-ops produce at various levels, the best co-op was one called Mzanyati. It was on 7 hectares. It earns 3 million Rand a year. But the average co-op, which is based on just 1 hectare of land, makes just 2,000 Rand per month. There's evidence of insufficient training of co-op members. On one site run by 7 co-op members, the 7 members divided the field into 7 private farms, undermining the very notion of a co-op. There seems to be little or no management or fiscal management training and no record keeping of any sort. The crops are harvested and sold on the road. The amounts collected, the prices at which they are sold, and other information necessary for planning was not available. The co-ops are seemingly unable to produce quantities and quality required by supermarkets, notably because of insufficient seeds and compost. There is no value chain coordination and development. The co-ops are not cooperating with each other to provide the quantities required by supermarkets, and there are no discussions on pricing. The theft of the produce is widespread. There's no fencing in some places, and people are not allowed to live on those gardens to guard the place, and employing security is not cost effective because the yields are so low. There's inadequate or total lack of record keeping, and there's no internal communication between the 3 units in the city that are supposed to be responsible for the program. That is community participation, agroecology, and agribusiness. The agroecology unit spends almost 30 million Rand a year, and we're not sure that these co-ops are actually producing in line with that. But on the positive side, to say that there is a positive trajectory, there's tremendous goodwill. People are eager to learn and to work hard. They are using mixed livelihood survival strategies as they have to do under the circumstances. It does provide limited food for families, and product is available for sale, although very small amounts of money are being generated for the volunteers who participate in the program. So ultimately, reducing food insecurity, we hope, would reduce public protests, and we become the protest capital of the world because of the extent of the inequality, the hardships that have been occasioned by unemployment, worsened by the COVID pandemic. And I believe that with appropriate training, with financial and social empowerment and the development of the capabilities that is spoken of, and rigorous monitoring and evaluation, the yields could improve to the point of semi-commercial focus in the medium term and to food sovereignty in the long term. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we have 2 more papers. So this paper was very interesting in the sense that it's actually relating the inequalities, the huge inequalities in South Africa with the outbreak of the pandemic and how they coped with it. So we will have the discussions on this later. It's also similar to what the presenter from Ghana presented. So we'll take up the discussion later. So we have 2 more presentations. I will call upon the next presenter, that is Ramit Basu, who is a development consultant at Faridabad in Haryana. Faridabad is a satellite town of Delhi, and it comes within the National Capital Region of Delhi. And
good evening.
He is going to present on district planning during the COVID-19 scenario and assessment of possibilities. So welcome, Dr. Ramit Basu. Present your paper.
Thank you so much. Just give me a second to record, share screen. District planning in COVID times. Thank you so much. Yeah. Is the presentation visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's been really so enriching to listen to experiences, especially from Africa. And I had briefly an opportunity to work in Kenya. I was with UN Habitat, as well as a brief time, a very short time in Sierra Leone, both ends of Africa on UN assignments. And I got an experience of, especially in Sierra Leone, I got a chance to sort of interact with local bodies, also with traditional chiefs as well. And I could very well relate to the experiences that's being shared. Anyway, my presentation is my subject is district planning, and I'm sure there have been other presenters who have spoken about district planning in the last 2 days. District planning during and after the COVID-19 scenario. Basically an assessment of possibility. So this is not as a result of any study or any kind of a recent event, but based on certain facts that has come to light during the COVID-19. Yes, there have been some empirical study. There have been some research being done on district planning previously also. So I thought it's important to relook at the entire process of district planning from an inclusive lens, and and that it shouldn't be business as usual as it has been going on. in India, in a couple of states, in almost every state in some or the other way prior to the COVID-19 scenario. So I will be speaking on these topics: mechanisms of governance, history of health emergencies in India, then what has caused the chaos, I mean, what went missing, how COVID-19 behaved from district to district, the need for increased devolution and local level planning, then a brief history again on district planning in India, especially for people who are not, I'm not from India and participants here. An opportunity to think aloud and differently, and this is the area where I'll be focusing the most in my presentation. Sectoral priorities in the current scenario, and then need for institutional strengthening. So this is of course very common. I mean, we all know that the key functions of governments, if we look at their planning, revenue generation, expenditure, equitable distribution of resources, monitoring, and all this depends upon the health of the economy, the social conditions, unemployment rate, fiscal mechanisms, administrative structure, political bureaucratic willingness. And it kind of varies. The above factors varies depending upon the lower factors. What affects governance? Political uncertainties for sure. There are natural disasters, health emergencies, epidemics, etc. And of course, now we are facing a pandemic. Then of course, there is social unrest, you have economic, financial crisis. Any or all of the above factors can directly or indirectly have an impact on the functioning of institutions of governance. Now, coming to the point, if you look at health emergencies in India, even before COVID-19 arrived, there have been a whole list of, and even if we leave the epidemics in the 19th century, like we had cholera, plague, even as recent as 2002, 2009, 2014, 15, 18, we have been having all these outbreaks in India in different parts of the country. Sometimes it's been restricted to a few districts. Sometimes it has spread to other districts. Sometimes it has covered other states as well. For example, Japanese encephalitis, this has been recorded since 1955. And it's been happening almost every year or every alternate year. And it's a well-known fact that this is a well-preventable disease. If we are able to bring into force certain measures by the local government institution, some forecasting, some foresightedness, some preparations, we can very well sort of prevent much of these diseases that takes a heavy toll on life, on public health, on resources, on infrastructure. So now in this particular case, and in other cases also, what misses are, I mean, despite of having so many health-related emergencies in our country, we somehow do not seem to have, the government or the civil society somehow didn't seem to have learned from past experiences. We have had all these things repeating, coming up and again. There have been, not been proper robust exercise in identification of gaps, especially in those pockets which have been repeatedly affected. There has been lack of foresightedness. I mean, how do we foresight something like COVID or something like Zika or some epidemic of that sort that can happen? Then there have been credible data and its analysis. There are various data sources, but then the credibility of data has often been a question. Availability of data, timely data has always been a question. Involvement of multiple stakeholders, we haven't seen that. I mean, stakeholders have been sort of, sometimes the government takes decisions on its own. Sometimes it's the NGOs, the civil society, but the government is not there. The private sector is absolutely out of it, or sometimes it comes in and goes. So it depends upon, multiple stakeholders haven't been able to come together. Strategies for equitable distribution of resources, they have all been sort of missing. COVID-19, as we all know, it's not just human health, but almost every aspect of human life has been affected. Livelihoods, education, social relationships, travel, mental health, and so on. Now, in a study, there was a study wherein it came to light, and even it was since the time the pandemic started spreading in India, we have seen that it hasn't been uniform everywhere. Certain states were very badly affected. Those states improved, but then later on again they fell back. Districts within states were badly affected. They improved. The other districts which were doing good, they fell back. So there was, all these this continuous topsy-turvy thing was going on, and hence COVID-19 didn't discriminate amongst human beings. But it did discriminate between state, regions, and districts. I'm sure this must have been the case in other countries as well. Certain districts were badly affected, while others were moderately. But it was purely the discretion of, but was it purely the discretion of COVID-19? I mean, wasn't it other factors that affected it? Let's see this. There was an independent research which arrived at a multi-dimensional area-based vulnerability index after a principal component analysis of almost 15 variables. And I'll just quote this study here. Yeah. So it's socioeconomic and demographic, health and hygiene, and environmental factors. So under socioeconomic demographic, we looked at below secondary level of education, households in bottom 2 wealth quintiles, population density, urbanization, overcrowding. Then health and hygiene, households not practicing hand washing, prevalence of diabetes, that is non-communicable diseases, TB, women or children with anemia or malnutrition. Then there were environmental factors, below average minimum temperature, below average relative humidity. These were all sort of responsible, and I can very well quote the study as well. The lack of access to secondary education, poor economic status, poor hygiene practices have highest COVID-19 vulnerability. It accounts for 31% of the total variation. Malnutrition for 15%, environmental factors resulted in 12%, overcrowded housing, urbanization and population density is 7% of variation. Now in certain cases it might seem that urbanization and population density will be weighing heavily, because most of the mega cities in India were affected the most as compared to the tier B or the tier C cities. So that could also be varying, but this was a study which was done in the month of April. So I'm quoting that data, and then over a period of time, things did change as we have been noticing. The vulnerability index scores indicate that a large number of districts are already in precarious condition. The districts with higher vulnerability scores are typically characterized by poor socioeconomic conditions, chronic poverty, weak health systems. Here, COVID-19 is likely to spread rapidly. There's an 84% overlap with Government of India's aspirational districts program. 104 out of 125 high vulnerability districts were identified, and they are also aspirational districts which were affected with the COVID-19. Now that was the April data, and then over a period of time, some of these districts might have come out of it, whereas other districts might have fallen back. This points to the fact that there is a need for increased devolution and local level planning, because a lot of emphasis, as earlier speakers have also mentioned, that there was a lot of emphasis which was laid by the Government of India. Suddenly, local governments became very important, and as compared to we have been experiencing that local government didn't. There's always this issue of devolution and how much should they be given, how much authority they should be given. But suddenly they came to the limelight, And in a state like Odisha, I'm sure my earlier speakers must have focused. In a state like Odisha, the state government passed an order giving the gram panchayats, the rural local bodies, the head of rural local bodies, almost equivalent powers to a district collector. So this was something very important. Then in Punjab also, in Rajasthan also, the state government was forthcoming in recognizing the role of panchayats. So the factors that we have seen in that study, the poverty, education, malnutrition, health, hygiene, they are all under subjects dealt by local bodies. So they are all those 29 subjects in the 11th schedule. So there is a rationale. All COVID-19 related relief works across the country have been carried out as per the National Disaster Management Act, which also emphasizes the role of local authorities in relief and rehabilitation work. So again, there is a need for devolution. They can't do all these things unless they are empowered to do this with the help of devolution of finances, of functionaries, of staff. Then there's a local planning exercise, the Gram Panchayat Development Plan, which is a pan-India exercise, is happening every year in every Gram Panchayat, wherein rural local bodies are supposed to prepare annual plans incorporating all aspects of development. Successful implementation can only happen when when resources are devolved. Now I'll come to district planning in India. A brief history in this slide. It dates back to the 60s and 70s. In fact, this is part of a study that we did, and on behalf of the Kerala Institute of Local Administration, I was a part of it. Dr. Jose was also there. Dr. J.B. Rajan was there. In that entire team, we studied around 10 districts, and it was a study which almost spanned around 10 months. 10 districts, and I was fortunate enough to do it in around 5 states of India. So there was a lot of findings which came as to how district planning is going on, what has been the state.
Excuse me, Dr. Amit.
Yes.
You have another 2 minutes, I think. Huh?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. So please try to.
Okay. So this is a brief history. District planning has been going on until 2015. You can see in the last line when it took a setback. But again, it's back in 2020 with the 15th Finance Commission Award, wherein districts and blocks are also getting funds. Now, thinking aloud and differently in India, there's an opportunity by connecting the GPDP to district plans. These are the sectors on which I'll be focusing: livelihood and poverty reduction, education, health, nutrition, housing, urbanization, environmental factors. In livelihood, there is a need for the district to look at agriculture, sustainable and climate resilient agriculture, forest and tree-based livelihood systems, industrial commercial activities on agro and forest industries, mapping up prospective skill gaps, related discrimination of wages, removing discrimination of wages, convergence between different programs, working on natural resource management, etc. This is something which taken from the World Resource Institute. Nature-based solutions can deliver big economic benefits, and this is self-explanatory. What can be the solution at the district level, at the local level, and what could be the economic benefits from each of them? Next, we come on to education. We know for all that it has taken a huge beating at every level, be it at primary, secondary, tertiary level. Education has taken a huge beating all across the world. So how can we sort of help revive it? How can a district take a macro view of what education is and how can it be there? So delivery of syllabi and non-syllabi based knowledge, identify areas of convergence, and enabling environment for children. Special focus on adult education, literacy and knowledge, collaboration with institutions and organizations to help special modules for specific sections of population, focus on children with special needs, ensure connectivity and access to knowledge and information, institutionalize innovations and responses of educators, make free and open source technologies available to teachers and students. I'm sorry, I don't have the time to explain it point-wise because I have to finish soon.
Yeah,
health, nutrition, and sanitation.
Please go to the conclusion now.
Yeah. So this is health, nutrition, and sanitation, then housing, taking a habitat approach and not just 4 walls and a roof. Urbanization, we need to rethink about it because there's going to be a lot of pressure on urban areas and how can we decongest. Environmental conservation and disaster management, this needs to be looked at, thought about. There are effective legislations in our country, and how can we sort of enforce those legislation towards environmental conservation. And finally, institutional strengthening. The institution, the district planning committee in every district, which is the key committee, key body, the constitutional body, which is responsible for preparing and having such a perspective, they need a lot of support. Unfortunately, in India, it varies from state to state. It's not a uniform thing, and that's the reason why district planning itself suffers. There aren't block planning committees, there aren't technical groups to support the DPCs, which need to be the need of the hour. And last but not the least, this is the last slide. The non-negotiables in district planning should be non-discrimination, accessibility should be focused, participation of each and every section of the population, inclusive policies and programs, convergence among schemes, departments, and other development agencies. This is easier said than done, but something has to be attempted to a great extent. Absolute transparency, flexibility for mid-course corrections, safeguards against violation, corruption, and vested interest, capacity building, data and information for development, avenues of resource mobilization for implementation of the plan. So thank you so much. I'm so sorry I had to rush through. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ramit Basu. It's a serious presentation, but you have 24 slides, 24 slides.
No, this is actually till 21, in fact. But the others were just, reserved slides. The actual number of slides are 21.
But it's a serious, work. It's a serious work, but
thank you,
unfortunately, we are structured by time.
Yeah, I understand.
So this is about district planning in India. And he has raised very important questions, which we'll come to when we come to the last part of the session, the discussion part.
Yeah.
Now, the last presenter in this session is Dr. C.P. Vinod, who is the chairman of the Local Government Commission of the Government of Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram. So that is in Kerala. And the title of the paper is The New Normal and the Politics of Decentralization in India, Insights from Kerala. So Dr. C.P. Vinod, you're welcome to present your paper. Please take 15 minutes.
Thanks, Dr. Gilbert. Hope I am audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. And thanks, Dr. John and Dr. Jose, for giving me this opportunity. Now I am going to my presentation. Yeah, I begin this presentation with remembering Max Weber, who is an important, you all know the classical political thinker and theorist on bureaucracy. Actually, many of you may not be aware that he was also a victim of pandemic. Pandemic, which the worst one in the last century, Spanish flu. And but for this presentation, why there is another reason why I try to begin with the Weberian concept or Weberian, just remembering Weber. It's like there are reports that say many of the new Weberian states are doing well with regard to managing pandemic, especially countries like New Zealand. And this, what you mean by this new Weberian states? It's like those states those countries which followed new public management policy in the 80s. It's began the 80s, 70s and 80s, along with the neoliberal reforms, and introduced many of these corporate and reforms within the system, and also proposed the downsizing the state and privatized many of the services. So, and this new Weberian model actually tried to bring back the state into place. So this is something linked to this COVID-19 in a crisis, how state behaved in managing this pandemic is an interesting point, even in across the world. If you look at different, even in the, we know the case of United States and Britain and other countries also. And second thing is about this, then it's again a century. And the two time points we have in the history. One is in 2020, that's now we face this COVID-19, and the other one is Spanish flu. So the Spanish flu also, it's interesting if you read the social history of Spanish flu, it was spread from through Chinese laborers in Canada, it says, and American soldiers who were engaged in World War. And we can see that it was something forced one, a kind of forced movement of people. But when we look at today's situation and the COVID situation, COVID-19 situation, we know that it's like, again, migration, international migration, how people's movement, became, and that's why we have all this travel restriction came in place. So the question is that in the 100 years time, and what happened, and how the world changed, and and again, going by an important systemic change that we have to look at, again from Weberian thing, that capitalist development thing, expansion of capitalist development across the world, which actually brought a new dimension to this global and local relationship, how the local, what we say, the local communities and local societies is all absorbed into a larger global, and the global how shapes the local, and vice versa. As of now, we know that it's even the literature in globalization in the it was there in the previous decades, and then now we talk about post-globalization, whatever. We can see that there's a continuity. It's a continuity when we talk of new normal. And what is new normal? When we look deeply into the system, we can see that it's continuity, and there's a continuity, and this continuity in terms of systemic expansion. And again, people and communities are exposed to different kinds of international flows or the flows that, and again, how consumerism is again got into this stuff, and how it became the engine of this expansion. So there are many other things, and this how it is also linked to what we say climate change and other issues in the global issues that we discuss. And again, how pandemic and this kind of pandemics and other diseases, and how it affects the world and communities. So now we look at this decentralization, and decentralization, when I talk with state, specifically state decentralization, and then state decentralization literature, we heard the Korean case also. They would, the presentation, in the Korean presentation was saying in the 40s, it began in Korea. And we know that in India also, in many states, even in Kerala, we know that it has a history. Even British, when they were here, they introduced the Local Government Act. So in different situations, within different framework, and we discussed it yesterday, that about how different, even if it's authoritarian or even the colonial, even the kingdom, if it is a kingdom, and so local governments are there, or local systems are there. So, but what is something very important regarding when we discuss about state decentralization is that it's political content, how democratic it is. And even the case of Spanish flu, there is a quote. There's a French historian made a statement. They say it is like the flu is democratic, but unfortunately our society is not that. It's not democratic. So even the institutions which works in favor of some sections of society, so also inequality, how it actually play a role when we. So that's why the decentralization, when we discuss this, politics becomes very important. So we all know that in 80s and 70s again, and even the 80s and 90s, it's all along with this neoliberal policy reforms. Many there are in countries like in Africa or Asia and Southeast Asian countries, there are basically this decentralization introduced as part of, in many countries it is introduced as part of reform agenda. But we know that in Kerala, we took a different path. That it also has a history. It's like basically Kerala, I would say that it's in 1957, we had there was a communist government came into power, which actually laid the foundation for change in different ways, and basically two actions, that land reforms and land reforms on the one hand, and then again in the education in the other hand. And then we had this, the first chief minister became, there was a commission which actually introduced, suggested for the greater devolution or the decentralization, the panchayat level, even staffs, panchayat level bureaucracy. Imagine at that point of time. So we had this idea from the very long time ago. So Kerala took a different path, and now when we come to this point, that this COVID-19, again, somebody was saying in the presentation yesterday about also the localism, the new localism, and when Prime Minister's declaration regarding this the localism in the presentation is also made. So there is a greater emphasis on this local, and this relocalization and renationalization is also coming into picture. It's again a part of a global local larger framework that we have to see that. And now in this presentation, what I'm specifically looking at, that what actually Kerala has done, specific initiatives, there's very specific initiatives during the COVID-19, especially during the lockdown time, in order to address the issues related to COVID, as well as to manage the post-COVID situation. So I mean here, it's again if I come back to that natural character of state and what a state should supposed to do, and we know that it's like a social Darwinian concept that people can take care of themselves, and the survival of the fittest, and in herd immunity. People were talking many, and it's all where in the air. So what state should do, and there should be a kind of political understanding behind that. State should actively intervene in all these issues and give maximum care to the people, even in spite of our limited resources at hand. So when Chief Minister wrote an article in EPW, Economic and Political Weekly, regarding how the this disaster management itself became a kind of people's mobilization and movement, like People's Plan campaign, which we launched in 1997. And Dr. Thomas Isaac and Rajiv Sadanandan wrote in detail about how health system, very decentralized way, because the strategy of health department was that to consider, take the local governments in confidence, because local governments are very active, and the entire strategy was focusing on local ward-based. Ward was the center, and ward member and the the Kudumbashree. Kudumbashree is the one of the, it's a local the self-help movement of women in if you say, but it's part and parcel of this decentralization movement in Kerala, decentralization in Kerala. So Kudumbashree activists and the volunteers and health workers, ASHA workers, it's all constituted a team in the village, and then they ward and they did the major work. And
excuse me, Dr. Vinod, please take another two to 3 minutes.
Okay. So thanks. So the major initiatives that Kerala took during this time is that this, again, it was during this pandemic, the lockdown time, and that was the community kitchen. And it's already explained in Sannadam, it's a creation of local army of volunteers. Subiksha Keralam is a reviving of agriculture. Online education, that's again work near home. These are 4 important measures. So community kitchen introduced community kitchen. The CM, Chief Minister, made an announcement of the community to start community kitchen. So all the panchayats in 1 week time, they all started around 1,073 community kitchens across the state, and municipalities also started. And regarding that state has given the guideline, and Kudumbashree again this volunteers again they all became part of that. This Sannadam, creation of this local army of volunteers, it's again a portal was created, and again it also did a wonderful, and there was disaster management plan that Kerala introduced. So every panchayat had a database of volunteers in the panchayat. So it became helpful in doing that. And Subiksha Keralam is again how we to tackle the return migrants from the Middle East, and how we can accommodate them, how we have to rehabilitate them. So it began. So we have to revive the agriculture in the state. So the action, and it was done during that time. And this online education, we all know, and work near home, that people got opportunity to work, and then a decision was made that in collaboration with private agencies, also begin the work, the temporary, the rented structures under panchayat or municipalities in collaboration with them, and do that. So the process is that how. The important thing is that the point I want to make is that the political synergy that was created between state and local government system, and this is something that I have this Chief Minister's initiative, and then department, the centralized system in the secretariat, and again we have the active local governments, and then very important part of the one actor in the process is that local government associations. The direct engagement between CM and the other ministers and department secretaries, and to even on day-to-day basis, or they have, and there were meetings, 2-3 meetings held with them in the preparation of preparing them, and again for this to manage this COVID in the ground. So so here I just would say that we as a society, as a decentralization, after 25 years we try to complete a circle, and with some exception, which I would say that especially Adivasis and marginalized sections. But again, there is a hope that in the recent election, we can see that some of the, even in the first time, there was one Adivasi girl made as a candidate in Trivandrum in a general seat. And then again, one marginalized community member from 30, 40 members in the community, he was also made as a candidate. So this decentralization we developed as an institution, and then again a kind of movement in Kerala, because there was a serious issue regarding participation after long initial when it began. There was a jubilant mood and everybody participated in that. But then the participation came down. But again, when there was a crisis, everybody came together, and government and local governments equally. So a kind of synergy is created during this COVID and emergency, this disaster time. If it was also there during this our flood when there was 2018 flood also. So the possibilities that the digital democracy and how we going to create this.
Please conclude. Okay. Time is up.
So then how we are going to what we can go with, and some of these points are already discussed, and about India, how we are going to, how Kerala's experience can be, whether it's replicated, whether it's not, it cannot be, many of these aspects can't be replicated because we have a different kind of trajectory regarding decentralization. But in India also, we know that we are at a different, it's a changing time, and there is a new normal regarding the nation. And so how we are going to tackle it, it's an important question that in front of us. So maybe some of this from the discussions, and even further, I have to also think about how we are going to, what kind of solution that we can offer to India, and maybe what kind of lessons that India can, as a nation, can draw from the subnational state of Kerala. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dr. C.P. Vinod. That is a good reflection about new Weberianism. New public management policies versus neo-Weberianism. And the neo-Weberianism is more successful in the COVID situation. So that is one of the interesting points which I noted in your presentation. Then you also mentioned how the flu is democratic, but our society is not. So it depends on how we manage and how our societies are structured. Okay, so I'll just, we have less than half an hour now left. So I'll just make a couple of remarks, and then we'll go to the questions here. Okay, so I think the different papers here, they have pointed out how the fault lines in our own social structure, in our own societies, have actually aggravated the COVID situation in our countries. That is one point, especially the papers from Africa, South Africa and Ghana, they pointed out very clearly about that. And secondly, the state responses to the pandemic was actually different in different societies. So Kerala's situation is different, and society, like you can see the stark contrast. Vinod sir, you can switch off your video so the load will be reduced. Thank you. So the state responses in United States and Brazil on the one hand, and on the other hand in Taiwan, Vietnam, Finland, New Zealand, South Korea, and even in our Kerala. So they were different, and that made all the difference actually. So how the state responses have been different, and that has made a difference. That is the second thing which I wanted to point out. So I was listening to one talk in the BBC. So they were saying that those who have the smug attitude, they failed. But those who are humble, they had the quality of humility, they were successful. So that is about the state responses. And then another point is, this the pandemic has put a question mark on the unthinking policies of neoliberalism. And I remember one of the activist scholars from Latin America who speak about 21st century socialism. He was saying that we should have, just like we have environmental impact assessment, we should have human development impact assessment. So that is one point which we can take note of in the context of the pandemic. Then I think it is also putting a question mark on the unthinking centralization policies. And one of the papers actually spoke about the re-centralization which is happening, and the need for devolution, or decentralization. And then the question of unthinking urbanization. Unthinking urbanization, which also puts our society at a serious risk, which was seen in the congested colonies, congested slums of the cities. It is actually, I'll conclude. I'll stop. And then the final comment which I want to say is that our relationship with nature has also come under question. That is, we have destroyed the forests, and the wildlife has become closer to us, and therefore the wildlife has actually begun to spew viruses on the human habitations. So these are things I think which we have to keep in mind. This as my remarks. Now we'll go to the questions. So shall I read out the questions from the beginning? The organizers, John sir.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I will read out the first question that is addressed to JB Rajan and John Murakad. Dr. Matthew Kurian, can you switch off your? Can you mute? This is. I think somebody has put the. Okay, so do you mean to give more regulatory powers to the village panchayats only, or the intermediary block panchayats and district panchayats as well? This is regarding the Kerala situation. Dr. JB Rajan. Dr. JB Rajan, is he there?
Not village, but can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Continue.
So, no mechanism for local statistics. And local statistics should be one because without data, no planning is possible. And actually, local governments are struggling to get data for their local planning process. Of course, there are some sort of subjects, but that is not sufficient. From the cutting edge level of functionaries governments, just like the devolution taken place with other developmental departments. So that each taste, village panchayat, block panchayat, jilla panchayat, even urban local body should have a separate wing on local statistics with the support of Department of Economic and Statistics functionaries devolved, so that the local stat. I think
Yeah. So I think we can go to the next question. Again from John Molakatu to Dr. Agomor and Zakaria. This is about Ghana. Did the traditional chiefs in Ghana play a role in pandemic containment measures on their own or in tandem with the statutory authorities? So what is the relationship between the traditional chiefs and the statutory authorities?
Yeah, yes. But in Ghana, what happened was that we had a problem with essentially tracing the suspected COVID patients. So whenever a patient was diagnosed of the virus, the person decided to run away. Didn't want to meet the health officials. So what happened was that the contact tracers had to rely on traditional leader, the chief, to be able to trace the potential COVID patients. So to me, per our analysis, that was where chiefs were brought in. Another one was because of community defiance to the rules. So they have to rely on the chiefs and then some opinion leaders of various communities of where the cases were recorded to get them to conscientize and sensitize their community members, educate them on some of the COVID protocols and all these kind of things. So, but after engaging the chiefs and the traditional leaders at the policy making level in terms of trying to get their buy-in into the policy and all these kind of things, it was very top down. It was kind of from the central level, and then they were just kind of maybe educational rules and all these kind of things. That is where, and they're helping the contact tracers to locate potential COVID patients. So that was where chiefs and opinion leaders at the community level were brought to the fore.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the response. And we'll go to the next question. That is again from Professor John to Professor Dasarath and Sheetal. Did the South African government or the eThekwini municipality adopt any measures intended to promote homestead cultivation of food crops, such as distribution of seeds, etc., or focus only on the distributional aspects? So the distributional aspects versus the production aspects. Please, Professor Dasarath and Sheetal.
Yes, okay, thank you for that question. When it comes to homestead cultivation, nothing was done during the course of this year, but a policy has just been put in place aimed at what is now being called the One Home, One Garden project. And by means of this policy, 10 homes will be selected in each of the 103 wards that make up the municipality. So 1,030 people will be assisted to set up gardens in their own yards. They will be provided with seeds and implements, and they'll be given training. And 2 or 3 people per homestead will be trained to run this project. Now, it's something that the provincial government tried about 10 years ago, and it failed for a whole range of reasons. And we expect that this initiative by the city would actually lead to people producing food in their gardens that would help them survive during difficult times. The problem is that many poor people live in very small plots of land, and it's not viable to actually do farming or gardening systematically on those areas. And after the initial seeds are provided and implements, you find that the project just stops. So there's no continuity, and they're unable to buy new seeds and to continue the project in that way. So that's something I think the municipality is looking at.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question to Professor Dasharath.
Vinod?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. In when you talk of the scopes, what is the actually character of that? Because whether you have this family cooperatives, this the group of people, who are those people constitute these cooperatives, and what is the legal framework? Is based on bylaws or even national legislation and provincial legislation having any implication regarding this micro organizations?
Yeah, okay. This also relates to the question that Professor Mulakatu has put on in terms of the autonomy of local government to take decisions. Now, when I said that there was no, that we have good policy and sufficient policy, we take it from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa that is very progressive. The acts of parliament that were promulgated in line with the Constitution, as they refer to municipalities, are the Municipal Systems Act and the Municipal Structures Acts. But in support of these acts is a whole battery of legislation that is aimed at food security for people, at undermining the poverty situation in the country, dealing with inequality and so on. When it comes to cooperatives, we have what is called the Cooperative Act of 2005 that clearly defines a cooperative. It's made up of community members. You need at least 3 members who on a voluntary basis get together and start this cooperative. These members are then supported in the city of Durban by the municipality, but they would have to find land that is not being used, or they can approach the city's real estate department and ask for property to begin their farms on. So it's a voluntary process, and then they share the proceeds. So there's a lot of enabling legislation in place. And the city itself has significant power and autonomy to implement policies, because it is really based on progressive legislation that is already in place. They could just roll it out in the city of Durban. The failures, and all of these projects have failed, unfortunately. Inequality has grown since 1994. Unemployment has grown since 1994. I can talk specifically about the co-ops. The failure is due to a lack of training of the people who are running those co-ops. There's no monitoring and evaluation, which should be done on an ongoing basis, and where problems are detected, they are attended to immediately. So it's really a failure of officialdom, not the policy level. In addition to that, if you think about the corruption and the patronage, the political patronage in terms of who is being given the land and so on, those are all contributory factors. Also, there's a lack of coordination between the departments in the city responsible for the rollout of these programs. So community participation and action support is not necessarily talking to agribusiness, who is not necessarily talking to agroecology. And all of these units should be combining their resources and their policies and their programs to, I think, in addition to that, cadre deployment is the policy being used to employ people in municipalities, in government and so on. And we're not necessarily getting the most capable, and people are not necessarily getting jobs on the basis of merit.
Okay, so we have one more question to both of you. That is from Dr. Josh Chathukulam. You said municipalities are therefore not short of policy directions, and whether municipalities have the power and autonomy for drafting a policy document. This is
that's what I've tried to address. The drafting of policy documents, as long as they are not inconsistent with the Constitution and the legislation as it applies to municipalities. And The constitution and the legislation is very progressive, allowing for decentralization, allowing for participation of local people and communities in the work of the municipality. So we do have that autonomy at a local level to implement very progressive policies. The problem, as I say, is in the implementation and the shortfalls of the bureaucrats and the officials running the city.
Okay. Now there is a question to Dr. Amit Basu. Is it necessary to have a hierarchically organized three-tier panchayat structure to ensure better coordination and complementarity in district planning? This is from Professor John.
Thank you so much, Professor John, for your question. That's a very interesting question. The answer would be both yes and no. I would like to begin with, emphasizing on the principle of subsidiarity, which actually, places certain responsibility at certain tiers of the three-tier panchayat system. And if that principle is followed in principle, and as it has been laid down, then every local body level has their own responsibility to plan against the resources that are supposed to be devolved, and for the functions that they are supposed to carry out at that level. So now, if you look at for example the Gram Panchayat development plan, which is going on currently, a Gram Panchayat, that's a rural local body, the village level body, can plan in itself, quite a few things. But there will be activities, there will be functions which will be going beyond the limit of a Gram Panchayat. And for that particular reason, it will come under the purview of the block panchayat. Similarly, there will be activities which will be going beyond the purview of a block panchayat, and that will come under that will eventually come under a district panchayat. So there have been examples in our country where, despite of the focus on Gram Panchayat level planning previously, we have seen that, the Gram Sabha doesn't take place and all these things happen. And thus it comes down eventually to the district to plan for the entire district, because there's nothing which comes from the Gram Panchayat, or even if it comes, it just becomes a kind of a formal document without the community participation. And that is where it's essential for the district to have to go down again to the block, to the Gram Panchayat, to ensure that there is some amount of coordination and complementarity. For example, a health plan also, like we did when we did our study in Madhya Pradesh, we were looking at the individual sectoral plans in the states as well, apart from the district plan. In the case of a health plan, we saw that the health department, the office of the CMO was deciding on the health related priorities on its own, without involvement of the ANM at the Gram Panchayat level, or even much of the block medical officer. Sometimes the block medical officer used to be consulted, but mostly it used to be allocation of funds depending upon the availability at the district.
Okay,
and that is where we realize that this kind of a gap comes in. Hence, we do need this three-tier structure system, so that the flow of works and activities is ensured right from the Gram Panchayat to the district, and the district plan itself becomes a kind of it becomes reflective of each and every corner of the district. So
okay, thank you. Because we have four more questions. Now there is a question to Vinod. You have stressed the policies and programs at ward level and Gram Panchayat level, and the role of Kudumbasri, that is a self-help group run by the government of Kerala. Kudumbasri made at the Gram Panchayat level, that is a village Panchayat level. Full agreement with you, but the state regime has not properly considered the importance of district panchayats. This is from Dr. Chathukulam, Joss Chathukulam to Vinod. Please respond to this. Dr. Vinod.
I saw the question. Yeah, one problem with this district panchayat is that because basically our all these local governments, gram panchayats have this panchayat department, and then block panchayats. Block panchayats have rural development department. Then we have municipalities with urban department. So district panchayat is something which doesn't have any particular department as their own. So, but then government has taken a very important decision to amalgamate all these departments, including technical departments like planning department and engineering department, to form a single unified local government department and service. And actually, my current responsibility to work with this particular reform. So we are actually now nearing to the process. The government has already declared the cabinet decision taken. Now special rules should be framed, and the procedure is going to complete. So hope we will be able to solve this issue, and then there will be more convergence among the 3 tiers and then municipalities, which is now lacking. So this is the point I want to make.
Okay. Now,
yeah,
Vinod has responded here to Dr. Jose. So I don't need to read it, no? This is already responded to. No? It is, he has put it in the chat box. Okay, there is a question from Asha Butch, which we will come back to. And before that, I think, there is a question which is written by Nayakara Viresha. Okay, I would like to thank, that is Vinod sir. What are the efforts the Kerala government is undertaking to improve the welfare of migrant workers? The Administrative Reforms Commission has observed the difficulties faced by the migrant workers during the registration process so as to avail the welfare benefits. Would like to hear your views on these aspects. Okay, Vinod sir.
Yeah, we call this migrant workers guest workers, officially called guest workers, though there are difference of opinion regarding that. That's something which I just to passing as a comment. But yeah, you are right. There are issues regarding registration, because now, in my understanding, it's the responsibilities with middleman and contract, basically owner, and middlemen are involved in that. So many times they don't properly go to undertake this kind of registration process. But I agree that there should be local government should take more responsibility regarding the welfare of the workers in their area, so that they get registered, and the health issues. So generally, this department is labor department. They have set up this guest house, like a flat system for these workers, so they can stay in a secured place, unlike a cage. Many workers are pushed, and there in many owners they don't give proper environment for them to stay safe and healthy, hygienic environment. So many of those things are actually tackled, and government is doing a lot of things. But I think that we need to work again on with regard to local government. There should be more responsibility, and then this local governance system, this workers who contribute to our economy should be integral part of it, and should be there should be more efforts regarding that.
Okay, what you have written here, I don't need to read, no, because you have answered.
Yes,
no?
yes,
Yeah. So there is another question which was asked. Then we will come back to Sinu. Sinu wants to ask it orally, I think. So Asha Butch. Asha Butch, can you just put on your mic and speak, because this question is not clear to me actually. Should I read it? Asha Butch is not there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Can you just speak?
Chatma.
Okay, what he has written, I will just read it.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, my question is how India is going to address the issues related to migrants Indian multifactorial economy without doing harm to humans, nature, and small-scale industry locally. This is Krishnakant Butch.
Thank you.
And Asha Butch. Okay, this is to everyone. Any of the presenters can answer this. Those from India, because it is about India.
Yeah, I think that there should be an overall now governance framework regarding the movement of these workers. And in many cases, even in Delhi, we know that because there's people coming and then nobody is taking care of them, and even the contractors are not responsible, and even the contractors who actually mandatory basis have to pay the welfare, they are not paying it. So I think that center, state, and local governments, it's all should be come together. So there should be a new framework that to address the issue of the migrant workers, because they are all part of whether they are from Bengal or Bihar also. So they are coming, and here also we are going to other states. So there should be a kind of comprehensive policy framework to those issues.
Okay, I think that is enough. And Sinu, we are already 7 o'clock.
Already time
I
up
have
for
one
Dr.
more
Gilbert.
point to add. I have one point to add, please.
Rajan sir, you want to add something?
Yeah, regarding this migrant issue, actually, the local government should be able to know better the gravity of their issues and also number of migrants from other states and all that. So local governance is the delivery mechanism. For that, what is required is devolution from labor department to the local government. That's required. During COVID time, actually, labor department was doing nothing, whereas entire burden was shouldered on the local governments. Collection of data, providing service, facility, all these things. So some sort of devolution from the bottom line officials of labor department is required.
Okay. So John sir, I think it's 7:01 now.
Yeah, we have to.
Shall we conclude?
Take time.
Yeah, so we will conclude, or we'll allow Sinu to ask a question.
Quick question, but then not more than a minute.
Okay, Sinu, please ask your question fast. Sinu, are you there? I think he's not there.
He's not there. Okay.
Okay. I'll just conclude that we need a more devolved and decentralized system, and it should be a more humane system. That I think is the upshot which comes from this session. I'll conclude.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. Thank you all the panelists. So we will be meeting again at exactly at 7:10. So see you all at 7:10. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
ആണോ? ഇപ്പം കാണാവോ നോക്കി? അത് എല്ലാവരും ഈ സെഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ അവർ
John, plus unmute. Yeah. Uma, we can start. It's almost time.
Sir?
Yeah,
Okay,
we can
sir.
start. Almost 7:10. Correct. Exact 7:10.
Exactly 7:10. Okay. Before I start, am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Before I start, may I request everyone who's joined us to kindly put their microphones on mute? Thank you. So good evening from Kerala, India. I thank all the delegates for joining us for this very important conference. And I'm delighted to kind of welcome you for the 7th technical session, which will be from 7:10 p.m. to 9:25 p.m. IST. So there are a lot of papers in this session. So before I introduce the chair, may I request the chair to kindly limit the presentations to 15 minutes each. Maybe after 13 minutes, you could give a bell or something to remind the speakers to finish the papers on time. It's a great honor to welcome Dr. N. Shivanna, who's honorary professor at the KSDPR University at Gadag in Karnataka.
No, Dr. Umar, no, you are entirely wrong. That you please see that there the list. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, please. Yeah.
My apologies. I got a little confused. Okay. So my apologies. I mixed up two sessions, I think. I'm delighted to invite all the distinguished delegates to the 7th technical session, which is on issues of leadership, finance, and decentralization reforms in the pandemic era. This is from 7:10 p.m. to 9:25 p.m. IST today. May I request Dr. V.N. Alok, Associate Professor of Public Finance, Indian Institute of Public Administration, to chair the session. We thank you, sir, for agreeing to chair this session. May I again request you to kindly make sure that the participants adhere to the time limit strictly, because we are already, I think, there are a number of papers and this session is still almost 9:25 p.m. IST. So we would not want to stretch it further because people will be really, really tired. So, sir, please make sure that the speakers adhere to the time limit. I will now hand over the reins to you, but I would once again request all the participants to kindly put their microphones on mute throughout the session. Sir, over to you. Dr. Alok. Dr. Alok, can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Uma. And thank you, Dr. Jose Chatukulam, for having invited me here in this 4-day seminar that you have very ambitiously organized on rethinking role of the local government in the post-19 world. We are all actually passing a very, very difficult time, and that's the reason we are just talking to you from New Delhi, where the temperature is quite low, and I could see how the people are wearing. I'm a little overdressed compared to the kind of dressing that I can see from Kerala, maybe friend from Ghana and others. So the temperature on the weather must be very, very pleasant there, I do believe. This
COVID-19, I just want to spend a minute or two on this because I've been writing on this, something on the Financial Express and Economic Times. The role of local government is going to be very, very visible after this COVID-19 period, when you have a vaccination and others. Because finally, distribution of vaccines and other things and role of the local government is going to be extremely important in that. And this will actually force the government of India particularly, to change the Disaster Management Act 2005, where the role of the local authorities is under the district administrations. That's about India part, but we do have the international experiences available in this particular seminar. We'll be very happy to listen to that. And as Dr. Uma has said, we do have 4 panelists in this, and I do not want to spend more time on this. Maybe Dr. Josh, can we give 20 minutes to each speakers? Will that be okay?
No, 15 minutes maximum. 12 minutes, you can, send a kind of a message that you have just 3 more minutes left, so 15 minutes maximum.
We do
so that we will get more time for discussion, and then also the panelists will get some chance to answer the questions.
Okay.
15 minutes. Yeah, okay. Please.
So I now request Dr. Santesh Kumar Singh, who is from the Central University there, Mahendragarh, to make his presentations on a paper that he has submitted. So over to you, Santesh.
Hello, sir. Good evening to all. Yeah, sir. You are audible to me. Good evening, and thank you so much to all the organizers who are convening this webinar for 5 days webinar. This is very difficult task, I know, for convening webinar for 5 days continuously, but they have made it, and I am sure they are going to make for next 2-3 days too. And the topic I'm going to speak, I'm going to share, my PPT so that I can conclude in given time. This is what I'm going to speak on. India's rise as soft power in new world order. So I'm unfit in this conference because this is very much related with domestic and kind of governance, local governance. But I'm trying to align my topic with this. Here we are listening in last few months, almost a year, new world order. That is what we are talking about nowadays. Everyone is talking whether that person is in, what is meaning of this or not. But a lot of people, everyone, I will say everyone, my students in my university, they usually quote this new world order, but they don't understand what is this new world order. Whenever we see any kind of major change in world politics and change in balance of power, these kind of things are there. We have witnessed in past too, like in after First World War and after Second World War, we have witnessed major changes in world politics, and same kind of change we are expecting in the years to come. After this end of this pandemic, actually, a lot of people are saying like we are going to post-COVID to have a post-COVID world. But I'm saying that is not going to happen, because COVID will be there, but we are going to have medicine and vaccines for that. So technically, it is not going to be end, but the crisis will be end, but it will remain with us always. That is what being said by scientists and medical practitioners. And so in that time, we can't say like post-COVID world. COVID will be there, but at the same time, we'll have medications too. But here I'm trying to say, like earlier, we were very much focused on hard power, but now we're shifting our policies towards soft power. Now we are trying to project those policies which are very much linked with the soft power policy. I'm just moving next slide because a lot of things I will explain in next slides. earlier what was there, like conventional definition of national security was very much related with the hard power. Like the conventional national security includes diplomatic and military security to maintain the sovereignty and integrity of the country. Means earlier it was very much related with diplomatic and military security, but in this short power concept, this represents basically non-conventional kind of things, like which includes threats like economic disorders, communicable diseases, breaking out any part of the world. Means it has a wider concept. It discusses, it talks about those things which was left under this conventional definition, but now it has included a lot of things, a number of things within its definition of national security. So in that context, we have to include several things. Here I'm just trying to simplify that. Like while we study political science, Antonio Gramsci theory of hegemony, where he clearly stated that how state can control human behavior. No, in that he mentioned like cultures and schools, these institutions can play a vital role in controlling human behavior, and that's basically can be associated or related to basically soft power, which we are talking nowadays. Soft power, Joseph Nye, who has clearly stated and explained basically what is soft power. On next slide, I'm going to explain that. But before that, I'm just reading a dialogue of a film that's very known to us. If we have a movie lover, मुझे थप्पड़ से डर नहीं लगता साहब, प्यार से लगता है. This is the very while I was talking with my students, one of the students said, sir, what is meaning of this dialogue? Here I am just trying to explain in 1 minute or 30 seconds. Like thappad and pyar means what is more effective according to that actress in film, the one movie. What she said, if I am going to be slapped by you, that will be less harmful. If I am going to love you, that will be more harmful. Because my behavior will be controlled by you if I love you. It means that can be seen in larger context while we talk about national policies, while we talk about soft power policies. In that reference, we'll see that how countries can influence behavior of other countries by offering them services, by offering them assistance, by offering them aids. So that is what can be done. Rather using missiles, rather than using the military power, we can use love. That is what we can, through which we can maximize our national interest. That can be done. So this is the time in the 21st century. This is what we can do, and definitely a lot of countries have started doing that actually. So India is not lacking that. India have also started pursuing that. Since I am very limited time, so I'm not going to explain all this. The idea sort of is on ability of country to represent its foreign policy motives attractively enough its counterparts to accept them, and thus eliminates the use of coercion. This is what the main concept of basically soft power given by Joseph Nye. Soft power comes from three resources according to Joseph Nye: is culture, political values, and foreign policies. These three tools are being described by Joseph Nye, through which countries can maximize their national interests. And India is very much enriched in terms of in these three. Culture, we are very strong in terms of culture, even worldwide. Everyone recognizes that, everyone accepts that Indian culture is very assimilative, and it can enhance India's national interest. While soft power index 30 has also mentioned that India has been failed in basically exploiting its soft power capabilities while in maximizing basically national interest. In same context, political values, we have proved how we are concerned for peace and stability and development. This is what happening in our country since 1947, while neighboring countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh have been failed in delivering its promises to people. And the last I'm talking about is foreign policy. We have been successful in that because just after independence, what we have done, everyone knows that we have opted a mid path that's known NAM, and we have been a global leader of those countries which have been recently developed in 1950s or 50s. So in that context, I could say India's foreign policies have always been a very successful foreign policy. In that, the government of India has been proud of nation's outreach of multifarious means of through public diplomacy, performing arts, Ayurveda, cuisine, diaspora, music, and yoga. These things, this is what we are having within this country, but we need to take it out of border, out of this country, so that we could let the people see like this is what Indians have. And if we are able to do that, definitely we'll able to maximize our national interest through policies or deliberations or dialogues. Under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India is taking a strategic approach towards using its soft power resources to enhance the nation's image abroad. This is what being said by Harsh in article. During the COVID-19 crisis, India is using health diplomacy as tool of soft power. This is what we have seen several times, how India have offered these kind of services to basically world community. Here I'm just going to mention few of the things. PM Modi, since I am talking PM Modi, here I'm going to quote few of the words. 2015 speeches, PM Modi keywords. In that what he mentioned, like partnership, he focused on partnership, development, security, cooperation, economy. Rather war, the conflict, these kind of things he neglected, ignored in his speeches. Here we can see, I have just combined that, like US, while India is having engagement with US, or while it's establishing relationship with the US, it has huge cooperation worth more than 54 times. In terms of China cooperation, India has used the term cooperation 29 times. Japan cooperation 24 times. Cooperation in terms of Germany 31 times. UK economic 15, development 31, partnership. These are the terms Modi have picked in his speeches during 2015-2016. That shows how Modi is concerned for this. Now these terms, cooperation, development, partnership, these terms are prior for government of India, not basically war, not basically for conflict, not these kind of things. India government is ignoring. Modi is ignoring as leader of this country. So this is what government is trying to fulfill. Here I am going to read few other things, like what principles India is adopting its implementation of soft power, the principles of equity, non-discrimination, participation, and transparency. These are the policies, and participation of governments through Ministry of Health and institutions had ensured to order to lead the process of planning and stewardship. Just I'm moving next because I am not going to explain this since I have very limited time. Here I'm going to next slide. India's soft power emerging trends. This is what we have seen, how India can rise up as a soft power country in basically world politics. I'm emerging trends I'm going to explain here. Namaskar and Vanakkam. These now have come into sudden fashion in times of physical distancing while fighting corona pandemic. This is what we have witnessed. Even UN chief have mentioned that Namaskar. Even global leaders are using that term Namaskar and Vanakkam. At several platforms we have seen how they have pronounced that term. In the case of performing arts and music, India is witnessing a number of civic initiatives to help its citizens deal with the pandemic. One such specific initiative, which is aimed at the Youth Alliance Against Corona. This has been very famous in the last 10 months. A huge number of youth have used this. That has been very popular on Twitter. A lot of youth have tweeted by hashtag Youth Alliance Against Corona, YAK. Hashtag YAK. That has been very popular, and this is the initiative so that people can be assisted through youth assistance. On the cuisine front, social media lit up when the New York Times in an op-ed on April 28 carried Rajma Chawal. This is a very famous term have been last 1 year, like in US, curried kidney beans and rice as the indisputable king of bean dishes in US, going on to explain why it is best kind of a comfort food right now in times of COVID-19. April 9 marked the founding day of Indian Council for Cultural Relations as part of its initiatives. During the lockdown, the organization, which is cultural diplomacy arm of the Ministry of External Affairs, announced interesting and innovative e-classes in various fields of soft power, including education, performing arts, language, and yoga. Here I'm going to mention one thing, like still we are lacking in basically establishing this Indian Council for Cultural Relations abroad, because while we compare that with China is having Confucius Center more than 530, but India is still less than 30. And if you include that Indian chairs across the globe, it is less than 100. So we have to do a lot of things. While China is aiming to cross total number 1,000 by 2020, India is still behind China. That is what Indian government need to do actually to influence external powers, to influence countries across the globe. The diaspora too is an integral part of the country's soft power story. India's diaspora, this is a term I'm using here. A group of Indian entrepreneurs in the US has donated close to $800,000 and counting for food security programs in both India. This is the program run by basically Indian diaspora in US, but that they are running that program not only for US people, they are running that for Indian people too, India and the US, which was part of campaign titled Chalo Give for COVID-19. As part of the initiative, they have also successfully fed close to 6 million people in both countries thus far. I'm going to read few of the terms which have been used by Modi government in last 5-6 years, like hug diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, yoga diplomacy, nudge diplomacy, energy diplomacy, health diplomacy, they continue. A lot of no terms are also coming up. I'm not going to stop this because there are more terms have been given by basically Modi government. So in that context, I would say like Modi is very much concerned for this soft power policy image of India. So in the days to come, in the years to come, definitely we are going to have new words in our dictionary as a political scientist or as a social scientist, which has been given by which will be given by basically Modi, Prime Minister Modi or Modi government. India's soft power in pre-COVID. This is I'm just trying to say this is not happening first time or in basically COVID era. It is happening before the COVID era. Even before Modi government, before BJP government, I'm not going to say like this is what being done by Modi government or only Modi government is doing. Because I'm talking about New World Order. That's why I'm quoting this Modi government again and again. Here I'm going to explain basically a few of the things like why India government is so keen in basically soft power policies. This is what we have to understand. Here I have given motives of India's soft power behind foreign health assistance. Humanitarian, why India is so keen in helping basically smaller countries like Nepal. There's no actually ambition from Indian side in that. Actually India is assisting Nepal, very much concerned towards India, towards Nepal from Indian side is humanitarian. This is what we have witnessed in last 70 years. This is what India have done in Nepal basically. While we go to basically Afghanistan, definitely it moved to basically a strategic and security concerns. Definitely we have seen why India is so keen in assisting basically Afghanistan, why India is playing vital role in restructuring basically reconstructing and construction of Afghanistan because of its importance for India as a strategic region or a strategic country. But while we move to African countries, we'll see why India is so keen to assisting basically African countries. They're more India's motive in African countries, African region is very much controlled by basically economic considerations. That is what I am trying to say here. Development assistance for help from different donors to Nepal. Here I've given a figure. I don't need to explain. I think because I have not much time to explain all this. Is strategic ensuring health and security in Afghanistan. India places almost $2 billion in reconstruction assistance to Afghanistan, which is highest after Bangladesh. The majority of health projects in Afghanistan funded by India have budgets between 20,000 US dollar and US dollar 3 million. Actually, this is what India rises as a third largest development partner of Afghanistan. Here we can see like India has started from 2006. This is the table I'm giving here, 2006 to 16, 17. Here we can see like how India government is increasing its assistance basically Afghanistan in last few years. Here we can see what India is doing in Afghanistan. I'm just quoting because I have done research on basically health issues. That's why I'm also writing a paper for a very known journal. From that I have picked a small part of that, setting up a basic health clinics. Setting of a comprehensive health center, construction of child hospital, construction of gynecology clinic, construction of basic health clinic in context of health development. These are the program government of India. These are the institutions government of India is fixing or establishing basically in Afghanistan so that people of Afghanistan can take benefit of that. At the same time, India's government is offering them to come in India to get basically best medical treatment. This is what India government is trying to do, and these are basically comes under the definition of that basically soft power. So in that context, why India is so keen? The answer is there. India is very much keen in helping Afghanistan because its importance, because its strategic importance. If it is not important for India, definitely India would never help any country. I'm saying that India government all the time says like it's very much liberal in helping basically smaller countries or least developed countries, but that is not true. Its odd policies are being driven by basically national interest, and in the case of Afghanistan, that is very much visible. India's initiatives, Africa, economic motives, here we can see a lot of programs being offered, launched by government of India. Focus Africa program, Team 9 Institute, Pan Africa e-network and health sector, telemedicine, hospitals and health sectors, Africa, medical tourism, African tourist arrival in India for medical treatment. These are the things I'm not going to read. India's pharmaceutical exports to Africa, this is what we can see how it is increasing in last few years. In last decade, it has doubled, more than doubled. I should is 300% jump we have seen in assisting basically these countries. Yes, sir. I'm just moving fast. Yeah, 2 minutes. India sought for in the special reference to health security issues. These are the things which India can use to exploit basically its relations with other countries. This generic manufacturing, we are the best rich heritage of traditional medicine. This is what yet to be explored, yet to be offered to other countries. Large health service, human resources, doctors, nurses, and manufacturing. This is what we have huge capacity. Now we are listening several times. Serum Institute, Bharat Biotech. These things are listening every day in news, because that shows how much India capable in producing basically medicine and this vaccine, which we can going to offer basically least developed countries or developing countries. Provision of healthcare services such as hospitals and medical education, global regime, WTO, research and development. These are the things India sought for during COVID-19 crisis. We can see like how under the leadership of Sri Narendra Modi, India government have offered all kind of assistance, basically neighboring countries, only not neighboring countries, even beyond the neighboring countries, extended neighboring countries, world community. Even in one of the speech in basically United Nations Security Council government, so Narendra Modi himself mentioned that India have assisted more than 150 countries during the COVID-19 crisis. This is what showed, we are still, developing countries were struggling to, get rid of this problem, but still we're helping other countries. We are trying to help those countries which are having problem in this time of crisis. So we are helping developed countries to like US, European countries and other countries, including developing countries and least developed countries. And what we have done, for example, critical medical supplies like hand sanitizers, forehead sensors, PPE. This is what we have been providing basically developing countries, even developed countries, food grain too. And we have provided a food grain for Afghanistan.
Last slide, please, Santesh.
Yeah.
The last slide.
Yeah, yes, coming, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. Promoting support through health during COVID-19 crisis has developed and created a system of healthcare in developing nations that includes elements such as disease surveillance, disease prevention, health services, health information systems, supply chain management, human resources for health, monitoring and evaluation. India's effort in combating this pandemic garnered much praise across the globe. Extraordinary. This is what I'm quoting, being passed by global leaders. Extraordinary times require even closer cooperation between friends. Thank you, India and Indian people, for the decision on HCQ will not be forgotten. Thank you, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, for your strong leadership in helping not just India, but humanity in this fight. These were the praising words by the American President Donald Trump. The same kind of statement was given by Brazilian President Bolsonaro, drew a parallel to Hanumanji for providing Sanjeevani Booty and saving the lives of its citizens. Benjamin Netanyahu was all but full of praising words for India's effort in sending the requisite consignment in no time. These are the few statements. Even n number of global leaders have mentioned that how India have been helping basically countries across the globe. This is what I'm trying to say. Like India can maximize short capabilities to achieve its national interest goals, whether that is security, whether that is humanitarian, whether that is economic. So in that context, this is a new phenomenon, but we have to work on that. We have to keep working in that field too. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Santesh.
Thank you, sir,
for a very interesting presentation that you made.
Sir, I was expecting actually 20 minutes, but sorry, I tried to complete.
Okay. I think you have taken 22 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Okay. So, but it was very interesting that you were talking about the soft power, and I could see some questions and some chat on chat box. It was coming. The relationship between the soft power and the soft state. I think Dr. Chatukulam has been making that kind of comment. But that soft state that used to be, India is not really considered a soft state now. The kind of action that you have taken. But you can respond to this, Mr. Santesh. Before you can see some question there on your chat box, if you have already seen that. Before I invite the other presenters, we can take few questions at this point of time. So the floor is open. And but before someone else raises the questions, you can take up these questions. The relationship of soft state and soft power. Okay, so that's one. Perhaps there could be other questions on your chat box so that you can take it up before someone else raise any questions. So over to you, Sankesh.
Yeah. Actually, sir, this is what I'm trying to say. Like Joseph Nye was the person who first time described this, that he coined this term soft power. But while we come to this soft state, that is a bit different because that was being given by, I think, Gurnal Middle, because I haven't read much on that. But while we compare this, one talks about action, what kind of action a government is doing to maximize its national interest. While we talk about soft power very much linked with this, how government is trying to influence the behavior of neighboring countries or any country of the world through by offering basically services. But in terms of soft state, that is a bit different. Soft state is being what kind of behavior we are performing towards other countries in terms of using its resources, conventional resources. In that term, India is definitely not a soft state. I'm saying that India is not soft state. India being a hard state, trying to use its soft power capabilities to maximize its national interest. That is what I'm trying to say, sir.
Dr. Alok, we will have these discussions at the end of the panel presentations.
We can
because
take
otherwise we'll run out of time.
for the moment, and then we can move to the other one, because otherwise something is very fresh on someone's mind. I understand your format. If there is no question at this point of time, I can request a friend from Ghana. Are you there? Dr. Kinsley Agomor, who is a senior lecturer and the head of the Department of Governance.
We are around. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm presenting with one
and we also have along with them Miss Sylvia. So both of you are going to make a presentation there.
Yes.
Okay, good. Right. So welcome you here in this seminar, and we request you. You will be making a presentation on the gender issues and the performance of local governments. So over to you. Yeah.
Please, I'm finding it difficult in loading, so I don't know if you can load it for me from here.
Yeah, thank you, Jay, for the opportunity.
Can you start your video, please?
Hello.
Yeah, can you
yes,
start?
I'm finding difficult in loading, so if you can load it from your end for me.
Okay.
I'll load it, don't worry.
But I've seen your picture when I logged in.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Good. Yes, Miss Sylvia, we can see you. So
yes, I can see you, but it's not loading. I don't know why.
Right. Yeah, fine. Absolutely. Is that the internet connection fine?
It's not that.
Dr. Kingsley.
Yes, I'm good. I'm loading it. Don't worry, I'll load it for her. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for the delay.
All right. Once again, good afternoon. We are sorry for the inconvenience. And my name is Kingsley. We are presenting on the topic gender. Leaders of gender of leaders. Sylvia will be doing the presentation. I'll stand by her. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Before
Thank you once again.
Dr. Kingsley,
yeah.
How many slides do you have in this presentation?
About 15. We'll cut it. We'll work within the time.
It's about 23.
Yeah,
okay.
But we'll work within the time. We'll skip some of them.
So 15 to 20 minutes. Over to you.
Okay. That's fine. That's okay.
Okay. Okay. So thank you once again for giving me the opportunity. My name is Sylvia, as already said. and we are presenting on gender of leaders and performance of local government and a Ghanaian experience. So Doc, let's move on. Please, let's move on.
Yeah, go ahead.
How COVID-19, there's some studies of gender of leaders and local governance. Then we look at our methodology, COVID-19. Then challenges that these gender men and women went through. Then summary and conclusion. Okay, so we are saying that the COVID-19, the introduction of COVID-19 came with enormous test for leadership. And leaders had to come out with strategies as to how to go about in curbing this disease or this pandemic. And globally, efforts of combating and eradicating this COVID-19 pandemic has been very stressful. I mean, it's been a tedious one because you hear countries coming out without sleepless nights, doing research and coming out with support in a way of curbing the pandemic. Countries have performed averagely well, and we can say that yes, countries have really done well. And this success can be attributed to the gender in leaders as pertain in local governance. So please, let's go on. Okay, so the purpose for our study, we're looking at how men and women in leadership, how men and women in local governance responded to COVID-19, and we also examine some of the challenges that this gender, that men and women in leadership went through. Please, let's go on. And that's the geographical map of Ghana. You can say that Ghana has 16 capital, and on the map you could see that each of the capital has their perspective capital regions. And so let's move on. We don't have enough time. Yes. So in the first week of March 2000, Ghana had his first case. And after the first case, the pandemic started increasing. And so government had to come out with some strategies as to how to curb this sickness. And what are some of the things that government did? I mean, government imposed a 3-week lockdown in major cities of Accra, Tema, Kumasi, and Takoradi. And he also had to close down the airports and borders of the country so that when foreigners are coming in, we had to curtail the movement and hear about. And there was introduction of behavioral pattern. The government had to improve upon behavioral pattern measures like washing of hands, social distancing, and wearing of masks. And government had to introduce the drone, where he was able to transport these test kits to remote areas. Not all the communities had a good access road. And so in a way of improving the health facilities to work well, government had to come out with drones so as to send these test kits as soon as possible for them to work very well. So please, let's move on. Yes, there was also contact tracing, and also government had to come out with government formed an interministerial committee. This interministerial committee had ministries like local governments connecting. Please, let's go back because I'm not done. Interministerial committees like the local government, where government had to liaise with local government ministry. The local government ministry had to coordinate to the municipal assemblies, the district municipal assemblies, where things are done well. We also had the Ministry of Information who was also giving a weekly and situational analysis of all the things that was going on, what government was going, and how many test cases that was being done. And one tremendous thing that government did that was so applauding was the supply of water. Government supplied free water for all citizens and also had to subsidize electricity for all. So please, let's go on. So on the map, you could see that the one on the right hand speaks specifically on some of the test cases in each of the regions. You could see that in Accra alone, it was over like 28,000. And now you could see that the cases have tremendously reduced. And this reduction can be said that government has really done well and need to be applauded. Please, let's move on. Yes, so we look at some of the studies on gender and leadership in local governance. We said that for women, Charnes and Grizzy in 2012 said women are able to influence social condition and are better placed in drawing informal network to mobilize rapid responses. And Ofei Abuaji in 2014 also said that women are better enthusiastic and communicative as they make sure that their subordinates are well informed, provide feedbacks and updates in terms of performance. And the other one said in Graham in 2020, he said that women are able to find different resources and building indigenous partnerships to solve problems. Next. Yes, these are some of the things that some studies have been done on men. They are saying that Kahamakova in 2015 said that men are able to are better in tradition as they are able to build knowledge that is based on past experience, are very innovative, and are able to and have open to new ideas and willing to take chances. He also said that men tend to associate psychological safety with knowledge and control. He also said, Bremabum in 2017 also said that men typically use support-focused coping approaches, whereas women tend to seek social support using emotional focused coping strategies. I mean, these are the things that in doing comparing and analysis that studies have done, you could see that these are some of the things that were said about both men and women in doing gender comparison. And so in our methodology, our paper used the qualitative research and use of content analysis and interviews, and convenience sampling was used, out of which 16 people were interviewed. And out of the interviewees came about 4 assemblymen, 4 unit committee members, some citizens, presiding members, district coordinating directors, district health director, and some one local government expert. Why did we use this? Because we felt like these people are those ones that were able to are involved in management of COVID-19 at the local level. So the local government response to COVID-19 in Ghana, we said that the Ministry of Local Government, as said, did some things in connection with the local government ministry, with the district assemblies. And one of the things that they did was fumigating churches, markets, schools, and mosques. There's omission here. And all markets in Ghana were fumigated and were clean. And this fumigation was done by specific departments in the district assembly. One of the things that was also done was distribution of Veronica buckets, soaps, tissue papers, hand sanitizers, plastic buckets, as a way of helping to curb the COVID-19 pandemic at the local level. There was also distribution of raw foods. When we had the lockdown, people started agitating for food. People were saying they were hungry, they don't have food. And so government has to come in to supply raw food and cook food to household. And this work was done by departments of social welfare and community development in conjunction with National Disaster for Management Authority. Please, let's go. And you could see the nose mask, the Veronica buckets, the face shield. These are the things that government was distributing to the Ghanaian population. And that is the PPEs and the food being distributed to community members at the local level. Please, let's go. Yeah, so we now try to assess the performances of these leaders at the local level. All these successes was done by gender. I mean, men and women who are leaders at the local level. And so out of the interviews that we did, we realized that some said men are disciplined. Yes, men are disciplined because, in fact, as men as they are able to stand in front of the crowd and discipline and give discipline to the people. They are able to control the crowds. During the time that they were sharing the food, you see people coming close to them, and these men were able to control the crowd in sharing some of these items. They also said that control the spread of the virus, control the movement of people. That's as leaders in the assembly, they were able to come up with strategies, and these strategies really help in controlling the movement of these people with the intervention from the military, the police, and these people were just hovering around communities, making sure that the right things are done. They also maintain social distancing and were able to close down markets. At the initial stage, we realized that these market women were not complying to the COVID-19 protocols, and so most of the district assemblies had to close down markets eventually, so that if these things are done, you'll be able to care well. So we're also looking at some of the things that came out as women leaders. They said that women use collaborative management method to get suggestions from stakeholders. Yes, as women as they are, they collaborated with other management, other departments, other units, and they sat down, had meetings, and also had to come out with issues and strategies as to how to handle the pandemic. And they also controlled the spread of the virus and did a lot of sensitization, education here and there. In fact, they were seen doing community work, community engagement, community education, sensitization, and educating people on the pandemic and how to go about the COVID-19. Please listen. Yeah, so we also had to identify some of the challenges as pertaining to our objectives. And one of the things that these two leaders, both men and women, went through is lack of relief items. In fact, all of them complained of lack of, that they don't have access to relief items, and they had to be calling on other stakeholders and other private organizations to come to their aid. And there was also lack of quick responses to suspected cases of the virus in community. I mean, during community, you see that people begin to complain that they have cases, and getting access to cars and stuff to take them to their various testing to the hospital became a problem. Then another difficulty or challenge that they had was difficulty in controlling the movement of those who were quarantined. Yes, government had to quarantine those had cases, and so in most people who had these cases were not able to be curtailed. They were fine walking about, and so these district assembly leaders had issues with how these people were just moving here and there, and limited supply of protective gears for the team members that were involved in COVID-19 pandemic issues at the local level had no access to protective gears, and so they had to buy them themselves, and which sometimes it became a problem at the local level. So after the challenges for both, we decided to look specifically to challenges that pertain to these two leaders. And so for men, we did not have any peculiar challenge to them. But for the women, in fact, we had inability to control the crowd. and inability to enforce the COVID-19 protocols among those who they dealt with. I mean, as women as they are and very soft, they were not able to please say, let's go back. They were not able to control the crowd and also come out with sanctions as to how to deal with the pandemic. The next one. Yes. So the performance of men and women leaders. I mean, the men leaders perform better than the women leaders. Yes, out of the interviews that we had, our paper came out that yes, men leaders did tremendously well as compared to the women. And this is because men were able to, one, check the spread of the disease by controlling movement, ensure that markets were closed, ensure that many people did not violate the COVID-19 protocols, and which this brought about lots of successes to the men. In summary, we are saying that the study provide a comparative analysis of both men and women at the local level in governance responding to COVID-19, and also identify and examine some of the challenges that these men and women in leadership had to go through. We are also saying that women leaders are confronted with challenges as crowd control and enforcement of COVID-19. The performance of men leaders was better than that of the women because the men leaders were able to ensure and adhere to the COVID-19 protocols by the people, succeed in controlling movements of the people, and were able to effect the closure of markets to prevent the spread of the virus. In the context of the decentralization of Ghana, we say that men leaders perform better. Women need to give more opportunities to play their role in the pandemic. And these are some of the things that we are saying. So the lesson learned, we're saying that women leaders are very collaborative, as seen as the research that was done. They are compassionate and they listen to stakeholders and other male counterparts. And this is a positive contribution for the woman for community development, especially in the pandemic and any incidents that may happen in Ghana. Thank you. Our presentation ends.
Yeah, Chair, please, we are done.
Thank you, Dr. Sylvia.
Thank you.
For a very, very comprehensive, a very interesting presentation of yours.
Thank you.
Dr. Kingsley, do you want to say something? Dr. Kingsley? Okay. Dr. Kingsley? Okay. Okay, so we can take questions later on your presentations, which is a very comprehensive presentations about the role of the women leader, the role of the men leaders there in Ghana in the governance or the management of COVID-19. We now move to the third presentations, that is on Kerala by Dr. Nisha Nair. On a very interesting subject, that is the devolution of funds to local government from the state of Kerala. Right. So the 15th Finance Commission recommendation is also there. So Dr. Nair, you need to revise your paper very soon, I do believe. But as of now, you have this 14th and some interim report, if I say so, is available of the 15 commissions. And then you have Mr. Vijayanand's commission as well that is also ready to give his presentation or to submissions. So So over to you. Would you like to take 15 minutes or 20 minutes? You need to unmute yourself first. I can see that you are muted. Right. How many slides, Dr. Nair?
18 slides.
18 slides. Okay. So over to you. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so my topic is the merging of plan grants with the Union Finance Commission grants.
Congratulations. Now,
Thank you, sir.
good. Yes, I see that you were panicking. Why?
I think there is some disturbance. Do I am audible?
Hey.
Do I am audible?
Why do you? Wait, okay, that's okay. How many are you there? Are you the only person there? You are. Maybe you should have tried it and asked whether you could do it.
Do I am audible, sir?
Dr. Kingsley, please, Dr. Kingsley, please unmute your mic. Sorry, mute your mic.
Yeah, but
So when uploading it, I realized that the problem.
oh, I see. That's okay. That's okay. The new one I sent, I only added the title.
Dr. Kingsley, please mute your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so my topic is on merging of plan funds with the Union Finance Commission grant and contribution in Kerala decreased in real terms. So let me say that I will be discussing on two issues. First one is the history of the plan fund devolution in Kerala, specifically to the local self-government institution. Secondly, what is the impact of merging plan grants with the Union Finance Commission in the light of the 15th Finance Commission recommendation? So, as many of us know that the Kerala decided to go for a big bang decentralization planning by devolving 35 to 40% of plan fund to local bodies from 1997 onwards. But no statutory status was given to this declaration until now. So the State Finance Commission is a product of 73rd and 74th Amendment. So those who don't know about what is SFC, SFC is a commission which studies the financial position of the rural and local bodies and recommends the quantum of devolution of funds for every 5 years to the government of Kerala. So until now, Kerala has witnessed 5 SFCs and 6 was constituted in October 2019. So what is this plan funds nature? The plan funds under the decentralized planning are seen as untied fund. Although there are sectoral ceilings for these sectors like productive sector, infrastructure sector, etc. So earlier this fund were called as plan fund. After the third SFC, it came to be known as development fund. Now coming to the history of the state plan devolution, the first SFC had not given any recommendation on the quantum of plan fund devolution. So until then, the discretionary grant was recommended by the state planning board and approved by the state government. So theoretically, it was seen that it could reduce or even abolish at any time by the state government, but was an important component for the further advancement of the decentralization in the state. Now coming to second SFC, the second SFC recommended not less than 1/3 of the total plan outlay should be given to the local self-government institution. That means 33% of state plan outlay should be set apart for the local bodies. But the government rejected this recommendation, saying that already they are allocating 33% of plan fund to the LSTs, so there is no need to make it statutory. The third SFC didn't make any recommendation on the plan devolution. Now, coming to the fourth SFC, the fourth SFC recommended that 25% of proposed plan size in 2011-12 as a development fund should be set apart for the local self-government. This recommendation was accepted by the government, and it was also stated that it will gradually increase at the rate of 12% and reach the figure of 30% by 15-16. Now, the fourth SFC, unlike the previous SFCs, it said that the 25% of the fund will be inclusive of the UFC fund and the fund from the World Bank. Now, so the definition of the plan fund changed from to development fund, which consists of a normal share of the state plan outlay, and it also consists of UFC grant and World Bank fund. Now, the fifth SFC was against the idea of merging of UFC grant with the plan grant and recommended to unmerge it. But the state government rejected the recommendation, and the state finance department also urged the continuation of the earlier SFC recommendation. Now, coming to this graph, it makes it clear that how much percentage of the plan fund was allocated to the LSG. It can be seen that excluding the year 1998-99, 99,000 and 2002 to 2003, the allocation made in the LFGs were below 30%, and it was above only in these 3 years. And 2002 to 3, it made the highest allocation with 33%. And this started declining from 2006-07 onwards. It declined from 26% to 21%. And another thing which I would like to point out is that, as I earlier mentioned, that from 2011 to 12 onwards, accepting the Fourth Finance Commission's recommendation, they decided to set apart 25% of plan outlay to LSD. So this figure makes it very clear that even though they recommended 25% of fund, but the in fact it was only 23% which was allotted to the LSGs. And the trend is that is a declining trend. And the fourth SFC also said that by 2015-16 they will reach the highest of the allocation by 30%, but you can see that it is only 21%. Now this graph is about the share of LSG as a share of state outlay, excluding the UFC grant and World Bank. This graph talks very much about the in real terms, how far Kerala was able to set apart plan fund for the LSG. So you can go through the year 2011-12. It is very clear that during this period they said that they will set apart 25% by merging the fund of UFC and World Bank fund. But deducting the UFC and World Bank fund, the original amount percentage allocated for the LSG was 80, which is that there was decline from 23% to 80. And the trend continues that it is always below 20. The percentage of fund allocated for the LSGs is always below 20 from starting from 2011 to 12. Now this the line diagram shows the share of UFC and World Bank fund in the development fund. So the UFC grant fund is shown in the orange line, and the share of the UFC and World Bank fund is around the average of 5 to 6%, and that of the plan fund is around 17%. When the average of development fund is 22 to 23%. Now, what is the impact of this merging? First of all, it had a substantial reduction of burden on the state in the financial devolution by this maneuvering, and that is the merging of PFC grant for the local bodies with the state grants. Now, Union Finance Commission and local bodies. It is from the 10th Union Finance Commission onwards, the grants were given to the Grama or village panchayats and municipalities only. So they also said that this grant should be only seen as an additionality over and above the amounts flowing to the local bodies from the state government. And this fund should not be used for the expenditure on salaries and wages. Now, coming to the 15th UFC recommendation, the recent interim report, which says that the 50% of the plan fund allocated for the local bodies will be untied and 50% will be tied fund. And another point is that for the first time, the UFC dispersed the fund for block or intermediate panchayat, that is district panchayat. And it also says that the tied fund should be used for two basic critical services like sanitation and maintenance of open defecation free status and supply of drinking water, rainwater harvesting and water recycling. So what is the impact of this recommendation on Kerala's local body is that first of all, the 15th UFC directive to set apart 50% of its fund as tied will create a problem in merging with the development fund for the LSGs. Earlier time, the UFC grants were untied and this allowed the easy merging with the state plan fund or the development for the LSGs. So it is natural that there will be dip in the devolution of the plan fund due to this inflexible nature of the fund. Now the point is that the UFC fund or state plan fund, both funds are available to the local bodies. So what is wrong in it? So these two funds are from two different agencies and they have two different guidelines. So automatically it will have impact on the local bodies. Now to conclude that the institutionalization of the devolution of plant fund has taken place in Kerala by incorporating it into the budget, and it has never set apart the promised amount of 35%. The merging of the UFC and plant fund grant reduced the burden of the state government, and it could not achieve even the devolution to the tune of 25% of development fund for the local bodies, and not to speak of the target of 30% set by the 4th SFC. Thus, we can conclude that the fiscal devolution of the Kerala has already decreased in the real terms and it is bound to decrease further. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Nisha Nair, for this very scholarly presentation of yours. Thanks that you stick to the time. And the last part you said that the devolutions to local self-governments in Kerala is actually decreasing.
Yeah.
This is the point that you wanted to say.
Yeah.
And you have been combining the Union Finance Commission's grant and the World Bank. World Bank grant must have been very small, I believe.
Yeah. It's very small.
So that's what you were trying to say. But in between, you are mixing 2-3 terms. One is local self-government, local bodies. And in your slides, you have been using CFC. And while you were speaking, you were using UFC, Union Finance Commissions. So that was there. So we now have these 3 presentations. One by Dr. Saltesh, second by Dr. Sylvia, and third is by Dr. Nisha Nair. So now the floor is open And if anybody wanted to raise any questions on this, so I can see Ramit Basu has raised a questions about how much of the own revenues have been used by Gram Panchayat in Kerala for COVID activities. He said any study on that. I don't think you can respond to this because that was not a part of your presentation. But if you know, you can make some observations. So, and then if the central government is committed to greater decentralization and promote it, it can serve as a form of soft power. That is on the first presentations. And then on Dr. Sylvia's presentation, I understand that man may be more capable in enforcement measures. I don't think so. Both are equally capable, and particularly in a place like Ghana. But you can respond to this. Women often do better on humanitarian fronts. So nothing. I will not encourage anybody to make any gender-sensitive statement, though the presentation is on gender. So no value judgment as such, at least on these sessions. So if anybody wanted to make any verbal, that raise question verbally, they can sort of unmute themselves. Dr. Chatkulam, I believe you are unmuting yourself.
Yeah, I'm unmuting, but I have a request also. I think there the other side of the program sheet, there are 3 more people also with you. That also you have to take there for presentation.
There are 3 more presentations.
Yes, that is what there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can invite them. I think that was not with me. That was I perhaps.
Yeah, that is there already in your yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then Shivanna is there. Dr. Shivanna and team is there.
Okay, Dr. Shivanna. I see. Yeah. Dr. Shivanna is there. So over to you, Dr. Shivanna.
Hello, Professor. Hello, Chief.
Yeah, hello, how are you?
How are you, sir? Fine, sir. How are you, sir? Good to see you are chairing the session. And also, it's my pleasant duty to make a presentation under your chairmanship. Thank you very much, sir. So this is my slide, actually. Good evening to all, Mr. Chairman and friends. Let me confess that this is a very soft paper. It's not a very hard paper. Sitting at home, you are trying to collect some information from the field with regard to the role of panchayats, particularly the Gram Panchayats in Karnataka. So what the role that they played during the COVID situation is the main focus of this paper. We are 3 people, myself and Dr. Narayan Billava from CMDR Institute and Ms. Naikar Varesha, PhD student at the ISEC. So both of them, they've done some work collecting data and analyzing. I am just making presentation. So they will come to answer some of the questions that you may be raised in the end of the session. So let me move to the second one. That is, you are making a statement at the beginning itself that in terms of theoretical arguments that centralization, decentralization, we feel that throughout the world, during the COVID situation, it is highly centralized one, including the measure of lockdown. So the state governments or local governments are not taken into picture when they made some announcement and also in managing the crisis. The second is that there is a lot of reluctance and political unwillingness among the national governments to, including even China, Italy, States of America, to empower the local governments to handle the situation, which in turn has taken a heavy toll on the economy and polity society that most of us know what's happened. And you see in this thing, the context that we are working is that in the contrary that we discussed in the last slide, the COVID crisis has given a lot of space for local governments throughout the world. In fact, in many countries, they are in the front line in addressing the effects of the unprecedented health and economic crisis. And some also argued in some of the research papers that the local governments are better strategies to mitigate the situation. And also some states, even Kerala, Karnataka, like that, they have strengthened the local government institutions with substantial devolution of funds and greater autonomy over the years, which in turn made these governments to become a little more effective in the COVID situations. Set to this backdrop, so we have three objectives for our analysis. One is to see what kind of roles because they could have to play multiple roles and their responsibilities undertaken by, especially we are looking at Gram Panchayats in the state of Karnataka. And second, to see what kind of challenge they have to confront and what kind of problems they have to face at the time of implementing the COVID-19 activities. And third, having understood this process, we thought we can make some suggestions to have an action plan for the local governments in addressing some of the issues that are created by the COVID-19 situation. So we methodologically, in terms of methodology, as we know that we could not go to fields, and other two did visit some of people, but we used mobile and telephonic interviews. We tried to contact elected members, officials, even civil society organizations. We had informed discussions that to know what exactly is happening in the field, and that also methodology that we could follow. And we took in Karnataka, we have two North Karnataka and South Karnataka. We took two districts in North Karnataka, two in South Karnataka, which from each district we got 5 GPs, Gram Panchayats, totally 20 Gram Panchayats were contacted to know what is happening at the field level. And to understand this entire process, the analytical framework we try to develop, we need to develop further actually. We are looking panchayat institutions in terms of the efficacy that we are talking, whether these institutions are able to meet the desired objectives as seen in 73rd Amendment or in the state acts actually. That through this efficiency, effectiveness. Efficiency we mean by here is that using effective resources that are available to them. In economic terms, less resources, more better management kind of thing. And also see the effectiveness of these institutions in handling situation. So we thought we could use this framework to understand the COVID situation in Karnataka. So we took Karnataka as mentioned earlier. Karnataka was a bit in fact, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, lauded the efforts of Karnataka because the way it has been handled actually. So the two practices were highly lauded because one is the technology-based system of contact tracing. So many using WhatsApp apps and all. So there a lot of awareness was created among the people. Even civic bodies also played a very crucial role in this. And second is physical and phone-based household survey. I think that is also, we ourselves have seen that the BBMP people coming to the houses, checking about things, all those things. These practices actually were lauded by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And more importantly, we could see some community participation in the entire process. So coming to the Karnataka situation at the Gram Panchayat level, as we know that Gram Panchayat, two types of committees that were constituted at the Gram Panchayat level. One is task forces they call. So one is task force GP level, which included the president of the Gram Panchayati, the vice president of the Gram Panchayati, the members, including ASHA workers, health officers, revenue officers, even SFGs was involved, and the Panchayat officers, and village level task force mainly in terms of youth at the villages. So they actually played a very supportive role to this Gram Panchayat task force in handling situation at the village level. So these two together could handle issues like giving a lot of information, creating awareness and distributing food grains, and even the intervention of public health, employment, livelihood. So this actually lauded even by the Department of Panchayat Raj, RDPR, Karnataka, and also in even newspapers. We also felt that even Mr. Vijayanand was mentioning, there's a paradigm shift in the seeing the role of local governments in the entire process, because that is the kind of thinking that were emerging. So when it comes to situation analysis, just to give an example, one or two examples, there are a lot of things are there, but you are not giving all the details here. So one issue is that if you see that in terms of awareness creation or sanitation and hygiene maintenance, food security, we could see almost 100% of awareness among the people about this COVID situation and sanitation, but not so with the food security issues. That is also a very serious problem, not only in Karnataka, even other states also, they have to face a lot of problems like that. The second insight that you're putting across is that in spite of all these limitations, the Gram Panchayats were able to play a very crucial role in issues like drainage cleaning and fogging the entire area and creating awareness about hand wash. Almost it ranges from 60 to 90%. That's what we could get from the discussion that we had with the members of the panchayats, the officials, and even civic bodies. So that takes us to understand what are the roles these panchayats has performed. So we have kind of typology of this there. We see in terms of awareness building and disseminators, and we see in terms of distributive and welfare. The third, coordination come facilitator, and monitoring and preventing. These are the four the roles, multiple roles, which Gram Panchayats could play. In come to awareness, I think they introduced a lot of easy activities were involved to create awareness about open defecation, keeping village clean, and also pamphlets for use distributed about the diseases, symptoms, and also more importantly, the awareness created through tom-tom, they're beating the drums, we say. So among the villages going around the village, and some GPs created separate WhatsApp groups for providing more day-to-day information related to Corona. In terms of distributive welfare oriented, we saw the lot of food packets providing sanitary masks for involved, especially through PDS outlets, and there are timely delivery of groceries and medicines to the people, and making sure whether people are getting food grains or marginal rate without any high profitable rate. And some GPs provided food kits to migrant laborers, marginal and weaker section people with the help of donors, NGOs. And some also received cash transfer under the Prime Minister Ajwala and PM Kisan schemes. So these were the programs were undertaken. And in terms of coordination and facilitator, and we saw that making alternative arrangements, even I myself have seen in my village that, so that arranging, holding weekly markets in the school playgrounds, and arranging ambulance services, and visiting villages by health officials and ASHA workers, and even organizing video conference. In fact, these were all these workers were given training by the government of Karnataka through WhatsApp and also YouTube. They give trainings were given, and in fact, one interesting was that we observed that those quarantined people, so many who came from abroad, so they were put in schools, actually primary schools, government primary schools. So they could spend their leisure period in painting government school buildings. Very interestingly, in South Canada, this happened. Some engineers were there, something like that. So they helped the schools and they are very clean. Even PSCs were given some assistance by these doctors or engineers like that. So that's an interesting development we had. And monitoring and preventive, we see in terms of masks and physical distancing, surveillance, and also making visits once in twice a week. And even some GPs prepared cloth masks with the help of NGOs and self-help groups. And many GPs have approached NGOs for supplying masks. In terms of employment and livelihood, we, as everyone knows, that NREGA program was effectively utilized for the providing individual works. They indulged in construction of cow sheds, laying binds, in watershed and social first activities. Some GPs went for community work like desilting of lakes and canals in some Gram Panchayats of the Karnataka. And unfortunately, if it comes finances, I think the state government did not provide any special allocations to GPs to handle the situation. And they had to spend from their own resources and also using the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan grants, 14th, 15th finance grants, and even donors contributed. Some NGOs also contributed this. Even local MLAs, ZP members were involved in support. What are the problems? I should not think we are giving a rosy picture of it, the entire process. What are the problems, challenges that Gram Panchayats to confront or face at the time of the current? One is that holding groundswell meetings was a very difficult task for the Gram Panchayats, and because of COVID situation, people hardly turned up for any kind of meetings. And second was providing food grains to seal down areas, because even the officials, members for themselves were not ready to provide such kind of thing. They had to do other activity. And one is job opportunities and shelters to the reverse migrant workers. That's the country-wide problem. So they have to provide job opportunities to the people, those who may return to the villages. And some of GPs also got quarantined because of corona situation. And some GPs face difficulties for providing institutional quarantine facility, those who came from other states actually. So in fact, the facilities in the hostels and schools were not up to the mark actually. And in spite of that, delivery of goods services and provision of health services, the dual road had put in additional work need on limited staff. Gram Panchayat had, everybody knows that where you have limited human resources. So they had a workload was heavy for them to handle situations. In many GPs, even PDOs are not able to go and do all those things. And now the third one, that database, very important. Now they are, in fact, this will be discussion going on, that they have to identify the migrant workers and create local database to avoid labor and humanitarian crisis in the future. That was the strategy that Government of Karnataka has taken up. Is for all these things lead to some discussion for us. So as we argued that in the beginning statement, that the COVID situation has given a space for local governments, which actually some of the central and state governments have totally forgotten, ignored about the role of local governments and CBOs. I think there's a time for them to understand their potentials and possibilities so that they can give the responsibilities. The second, that no doubt the COVID crisis has resurrected the critical role of this disaster management. I think there's time to provide them the space for them to handle such situation by providing necessary resources like that. And as one of the last thing, effectiveness of GPs. I think I already mentioned that the Gram Panchayats were able to take care of the problems and migrant neighbors. In fact, the first time that we saw the other land departments, people are attending to the meetings conducted by the Gram Panchayat, which is a rare case in earlier situation. So now people, all the departments come to Gram Panchayat, health department, education department, they do come to, and that means they are playing a very important role in disaster management issues, and people should realize the responsibility like that. Some suggestions that in light of all these things, we need to strengthen some of the internal GP committees, particularly health and water science committee, but it's not almost they're missing. So there should be a role for these committees to play a crucial role. And more importantly, the crisis management plan must be included in the annual budget of the Gram Panchayats, especially GPDPs, and they should be able to mobilize local resources. And more importantly, to improve the institutional capacity of the Gram Panchayat is very important. In concluding observations, the experience will certainly make a case for a defined and significant role for these grassroots institutions and organizations in disaster management. And true devolution, not delegation, is imperative. And most important is political will, administrative efficiency, and citizens' pressure or the need of the offer to handle such situations. So these are our views that I already mentioned. Very soft paper. It's not a very seriously done research. In fact, we are trying to develop based on this information. It's a full-length paper, and it will cover more information with regard to this role of LGs. Thank you very much, sir, for the time that's given to me.
Thank you, Professor Shivanna, for a very, very comprehensive presentation of the case of Karnataka, the role of local government.
Thank you, sir.
In this pandemic, that you with Dr. Bilawa and Dr. Virsha, if I'm using
Viresha,
the name correctly.
He's my student, PhD student.
Good. So, and it was coming directly from Professor Shivanna, who is an authority on Karnataka.
No, you are, sir, not me.
India. So, I would be interested to, if you share this paper with me or the presentations, or maybe to the whole group.
Yeah.
Before I request Professor Alaknanda, I just want to make an apology that I couldn't see the second page. What Dr. Chatakulam is so organized, he sent it to me. and I was actually looking at his email on my mobile, and did not see the second page where these 3 more presentation, excellent presentation.
Sir, before you go to one more request, Karnataka, we are trying to bring devolution index actually. Performed only for state of Karnataka.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, this project has been sanctioned. Because of Corona, we have not started it. We will be requesting you to give your thoughts on these things, maybe in some committees like that. I will be writing to you separately.
Sure. Professor Shivanna, on devolution and other things, there is no request, it's an order.
No.
Right. Good. So thank you so very much.
You can type your mobile number in the chart if you don't mind.
Okay. Can I, if the organizers allow me, my mobile number is 9810 622 490.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. So may I now request Professor Alak Nanda, are you there? May I see you? Yeah, that's right, from Goa.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I want to thank organizers for giving me this opportunity, and I understand that I have just 15 minutes to complete my paper. I don't have a PPT presentation, but I'll be just making some points from my paper, which I have prepared. My paper is related to the, I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible. You are absolutely audible.
Yeah, thank you, sir. My paper is about centralized response to COVID-19, closing democratic space. So here I'm taking the examples of different countries, how different countries have responded to it. And I have structured my paper into 3 important points. That is how the different countries have actually responded to this COVID-19 pandemic in very centralized kind of a response and all, and how that has led to some closing of democratic space to the people which was available. And I'm also taking the examples countries who have used the decentralization as a response to this pandemic, and how they are very much successful given in controlling the COVID-19 cases in their countries. And that is what is my argument, where I'm saying that the decentralized responses are much more effective, while centralization led, there is no guarantee that centralized response has reduced the COVID cases, but it has definitely led to closing down of the democratic space. So to begin with my paper, so what we have witnessed is the world has witnessed many pandemics in the past, but COVID-19 pandemic is unprecedented in many ways. COVID-19 not only has affected public life, but also brought disruption to economy of the countries as well as democratic governments. There are challenges at every level: education, market, labor issues, elections, social justice, to name few, and above all, health concerns of the people. The pandemic has also brought to the front a debate over centralized versus decentralized response to manage the health emergencies. We can see the experts' opinions are divided on this issue. Many arguments were developed in support of centralized response, but while investigating the measures taken up by countries around the world, I would like to argue that centralization is problematic, as it led to closing down of democratic space, and suggest that multi-level governance with an emphasis on decentralization is better suited to deal with such pandemic situations. Since China has declared or made it public about the unknown virus on 31st December 2019, the virus has rapidly spread to many countries of the world with no clear information about the virus and no medicines available. Many countries also reported increasing cases of death. WHO declared coronavirus as health pandemic on 11th March 2020. Then countries around the world responded differently and adopted different strategies to control the rise of cases in their countries. However, what remained common to most of these responses was centralization of power. Political leaders and governments of different countries used crisis situation created by the pandemic to consolidate their power and passed emergency laws by which more power was given to the executives, either to the Prime Minister's office or to the Minister of Health to manage the pandemic situation. To mention few examples, the government of Hungary passed a law on March 11 to grant special power to Prime Minister and suspended Parliament by declaring state of emergency for unlimited time. Similarly, as per the cross-country analysis, which was published on 19th April 2020, in Canada, Estonia, Finland, France, and Israel, the pandemic response was led by prime ministers, while the Czech Republic, Greece, Lithuania, and Slovenia, the Minister of Health were in forefront of the pandemic response. Some governments such as Russia, Ukraine, and Finland appointed committees to coordinate the pandemic responses. Centralization was the natural response, what we can see in many of these countries. A total of 79 states across the world had invoked the state of emergency according to a tracking tool developed by Swiss-based Center for Civil and Political Rights. Spain, France, Philippines, Cambodia, Japan, New Zealand are to name few such countries which resorted to declaration of emergency, by which the governments of these countries acquired limitless powers. Lockdown, curfews, curtailment of civil liberties were the common responses in most of these countries to control the spread of virus, which has serious implications on enjoyment of individual liberties by way of imposing ban on right to association and movement. When we come to the case of Goa, also we see the centralization was a response with regard to the COVID management. The central government declared national lockdown on March 25th without taking into consideration the state. Health being the state subject, there were questions raised over the continuation, constitutional validity of this lockdown. So we have also seen that a lot of migrant issues, lakhs of migrants were left on the street because of this lockdown, and they have to walk to their hometown, because there was no transportation available to them. So, however, it is also seen that all the decisions have been made with the Ministry of Home Affairs or the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, with little input from other ministries and departments, as well as taking into confidence the states. By the imposition of national lockdown, the power of the state government was limited. All the state they declared their own lockdown. Actually, when we see prior to the national lockdown, we have seen some of the states declaring their own lockdown under the Epidemic Disease Act of 1897. The central government should have monitored the management of COVID-19 situation at the state level for some time, as the number of cases at that point of time were not many. And later, if the situation demands, should have gone for national lockdown. On the contrary, the central government declared the lockdown when there were few cases and lifted it when the cases were on the rise. India is only country, as per the statistics released by Congress President Rahul Gandhi, where coronavirus cases saw a peak once the lockdown was lifted. In the initial stages, when the states were able to control the situation, I feel the opportunity should have been given to the state governments. Coming to the next point related to the closing of democratic space, a report, Democracy Under Lockdown, the Impact of COVID-19 on Global Structure for Freedom, was published by Freedom House on 4th December 2020. The report points out that since the outbreak of coronavirus, the condition of democracy and human rights has grown worse in 80 countries. The report describes 5 aspects of accountability that have been weakened: checks against abuse of power, protection of vulnerable groups, transparency and anti-corruption, free media and expression, and credible elections. In the name of controlling pandemic, countries have put restrictions on individual freedom of movement and protest. For example, in Algeria, the protest movement which pushed government for popular reform are banned, while the concerns are how long these bans going to last and whether only anti-government protests are banned while pro-government protests are tolerated. In Israel also, demonstrators were protesting in front of Prime Minister's residence with a lengthy list of grievances against Israel's longest-serving leader. In September, Prime Minister orders for national lockdown, and under the new rule, no group of more than 20 people can gather, and no one can travel more than a kilometer from their house to attend the protest. This did not go well with the protesters. Even in case of Hungary also, using emergency powers, the government put a blanket ban on assemblies in public places. Restricting the right to assembly due to health concern is permitted under international human rights law, but any form of blanket ban on assemblies is generally considered as disproportionate. In France, the government imposed a ban on protests attended by more than 10 people, while allowing the larger gathering to go ahead on public transport and places open to public. Germany, Hong Kong, India also witnessed bans on protests and demonstrations. In Poland, pandemic has been used to impose fine on the protesters. So this shows how the democratic space has been curtailed using this pandemic as a reason. Coming to the question of lockdown and marginalized communities, also we had some issues. We have also witnessed in some countries lockdown measures were imposed in a discriminatory manner. As per the Freedom House report, in Bulgaria, harsher restrictions on movement were imposed on Romani neighborhood. In Covid, authorities put greater restrictions on non-citizens. In Colombia, ethnic minorities were put under harsh restrictions of movement. In United Kingdom, it is the Black people and people with Asian descent were detained in more number. Similar incidents against the minorities were noticed in Turkey, India, Sri Lanka also. The elementary freedom of movement is curtailed during lockdown for the greater good. Such restrictions on movement are problematic for the people who do not have home and are in regular need of medical treatment. In case of India, the restrictions on movement became problematic for large number of migrant workers who were left with no job, no food, and no other means of survival due to lockdown. Calling the pandemic as human crisis, UN Secretary General warned that the crisis can provide a pretext to adopt repressive measures for purposes unrelated to pandemic. Now, this is what we have to take into consideration. And coming to the question of centralized as well as decentralized responses to this, in every country there are multiple layers of government. The question is which layer to expand and how much. The opinion of experts is divided over whether centralization or decentralized methods could be effective in managing COVID-19 crisis. The support for decentralization was to be seen among the experts, suggesting for multi-level governance as a better measure to deal with health pandemic. Others believe that while decentralization can be useful tool in pandemic response, but in the low-income countries, it may not be a best approach. The support for centralization can be seen in the argument that it is helpful in procurement of medical equipments, where the motto of the government is the fair distribution of these equipments among its regions as per their requirement. Centralization becomes problematic when the motives of the federal government are questionable, and most of the time what we see is if there are different parties at the central level and the regional level, so we find there are problems when it comes to the distribution of these health kits and all. Brazil and US are an example of such problem where the motives behind the distribution of ventilators were questionable. Coordination at different levels of government is crucial to mitigate the effect of the pandemic. The outbreak of COVID-19 exposed fragmented governance with lack of coordination among the urban local bodies, which became one of the reasons for limited success in containing the spread of virus in Australia and United States. While when we take the example of some of the countries which have used the decentralization as their method, I'm just quoting some examples here. Vietnam prepared itself for the pandemic much before the first case was reported in January 2020. Despite of its limited resources, Vietnam was able to keep the number of cases under control. Apart from adopting measures such as contact tracing, ensuring provision of medical supplies, and installing checkposts at airports, One of the main reasons for its success was power to the provincial authorities to lock down the village and communes following advisory from the Ministry of Health. With cases reported in different villages and communes, the local authorities immediately declared lockdown in the respective areas, and this strategy worked very, very well for Vietnam. In Japan also, the decentralized measures helped the country to control the spread of COVID-19 cases. There were no restrictions placed over the people's movement. Business was as usual, all the shops were kept open, and by mid-May, the country had lowest rate of testing of the coronavirus cases as compared to other developed countries. Coming to the case of Germany, it has effectively controlled the spread of coronavirus by adopting effective measures to prevent, detect, contain, and treat the people affected by coronavirus. Ensuring the increased human resources among the understaffed local public health facilities was one of the key components of effective COVID-19 management strategy in Germany. In Germany, responsibility of public health lies mainly with intermediate and local public health authorities who adopted national guidelines and adopted them, adjusted them according to the local needs. It enforced strict physical distancing guidelines, but unlike many European countries.
Professor Alexander, can you conclude it, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the above examples reveal the success of national or the state, government decision. It depends on implementation at the local level. The district administration and local government institutions should be well, collaborated in these decisions, and that is what is my argument. When we are trying to look for some kind of a response to the COVID-19, I think it is, the decentralized method is more effective compared to the centralization. That is what is my argument, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your presentations on central response. I don't think the word centralized response is more appropriate on COVID-19, and you have made some issues related to that. In India particularly, this lockdown was imposed using Disaster Management Act 2005, which gives enough powers to the union government to impose it. They did not really use emergency provisions, which is there in the constitution, but they use this. So we will take this up, we'll talk about this, but before that, we have a friend from Ghana once again, Professor Joseph I, and who's going to, he's a professor in the Department of Political Science, and he will be making a presentation on reconstructing decentralizations in the post-COVID-19. So over to you, Professor I.
Okay, thanks a lot. Good afternoon again. And so, I mean, I have 7 slides. So Ghana has 2 advantages in the face of COVID-19. Number one, it has a long history of decentralization. I mean, indeed, one of the best on the African continent. But the second advantage, the country also has is that post, COVID-19 world was in the manifesto of political parties in the December 7th general elections. We had elections on Monday, and the current government has been retained to power in spite of protestations from the minority party. But the pandemic has exposed deep cracks in Ghana's health, system and emergency preparedness. So in this paper, what I want to look at is to examine the politics of fighting COVID-19, government versus the minority parties, the use of decentralization to deal with, the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'll look at the policy and institutional responses, then the capacity of the decentralized units in the face of COVID-19 at the regional, at the district, at the local levels. And then based on that, I'll also look at decentralization, the post-COVID period in Ghana, looking at its effectiveness, and then the lessons for the African continent. Now, the politics of fighting COVID-19, government versus the minority. Now, currently, Ghana has about 16,000 cases, but then with about 900 or 894 active cases and 372 deaths. These are the current figures, but they are not showing at the government website. You have to look at it from other websites. And people have accused the government of massaging COVID-19, cases. People think that the cases are more than what has been reported. So some people will say that the 372 deaths are more. There will be over 16,000 cases. So people think that government was massaging, the figures, that the figures being put out were not the correct ones. But you see, in spite of these accusations, the government has actually indicated that it has helped in fighting COVID-19. And in the president's address, it is rare for the president of Ghana to speak. From March to December, the president of Ghana has spoken 18 times on COVID, 18 times, making it an average of about 2 a month. I mean, you rarely hear of the president of Ghana speaking twice in a month. But because of COVID, the president was speaking about twice a month from March to date. And you see, and the president himself in these addresses made the point that, the government was able to manage COVID-19 better, right? So that's the thing. And then, of course, the Bretton Woods institutions were also applauded the government for dealing with the pandemic. But you see, whilst the government was saying that it has done better in handling the pandemic, the minority parties or the opposition, they had accused the government, several times. First, they made the point that the government has subverted the constitution when the government passed the Imposition of Restrictions Act 1012 of 2020. Indeed, the minority party walked out of parliament because they thought that you had the emergency powers in the constitution which the government could have used. They also accused the government that we also had the Public Health Act, which it could have used. But why pass the Imposition of Restriction Act? People thought that the government had a hidden agenda of abusing human rights, doing things outside the constitution, but of course, trying to say that those things were taken into account by the Imposition of Restrictions Act. Then the other accusation which came from from people, even from non-state actors like civil society organizations, is that the relief food items which were distributed also benefited, supporters of the ruling government. Of course, this was denied by the government. Now, the point I want to stress here is that there are political economy issues in fighting COVID-19 pandemic in Ghana, which we must look at. And that has, serious implications. Once you are dealing with a pandemic and there are political economy issues, of course, decentralization itself will be affected because decentralization itself has political economy issues. And that's why I'll be calling for a reconstruction of decentralization. Now, so decentralization and COVID pandemic, what are the policy institutional response. So I've already said that COVID-19 became a major health issue. Everybody was interested. It had implications for people's lives and the livelihoods of citizens. The president had addressed the country 18 times. COVID-19 has featured in the manifesto of political parties. But you see, one of the things that I want to stress is the centralizing features of decentralization, which I mentioned in my keynote address on Thursday, that we have instances of centralized decentralization in fighting the pandemic in Ghana. The pandemic itself was concentrated in the urban areas. I mean, so the government responded through a lot of things. So through the imposition of restriction act, which is itself centralizing. In fact, some people describe it as emergency without a state of emergency, or it is an attempt to crucify Ghanaians, right? So people have this. But so apart from the policy response, which is centralized in nature, the institutional framework is itself centralized in nature. What the government has done is to have an interministerial coordinating committee chaired by the president himself and with line ministries, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Local Government, etc., being part of it and meeting either weekly or daily, depending on the situation. Now, so in terms of the policy and institutional framework, we have centralizing tendencies of decentralization. And then, of course, behind that centralization tendencies are also political economic issues, issues about winners and losers, issues about government using the pandemic to either satisfy its supporters or to make it an election issue that we have done well. So electors vote for us, and then we'll be able to deal with post-COVID-19 issues. Now let's look at the capacity of the decentralized units. I have advisedly used decentralization to go through its 4 dimensions: political, administrative, fiscal, and economic. Because you see, if you look at the institutional framework, it left out the regional and district levels. It was only when the pandemic was spreading to the regions and districts that the regions and districts were involved. So the regional coordinating council at the regional level, and then of course the regional health teams, and then the district health teams were alerted when the disease was spreading to the regions and districts. But essentially, the institutional framework was centralized. But then, of course, the other thing which came out, which I want to flag, is the fact that there were complaints from the districts and the regions that they did not have the logistics, the PPEs. Hospitals in the district and the regions were complaining about inadequate PPEs. And that also gives us an impression that there was weak disaster resilience at the district and regional levels. Now, if you look at the policy objectives, they were mainly, centralist in nature. It says it wants to limit and stop the importation of the virus. It wants to contain the spread, adequate medical care for the sick. It wants to limit the impact of the pandemic on the social and economic life of the people. It wanted to inspire or deepen self-reliance. But then the other thing which is very important is that the government, set up a coronavirus alleviation program as a stimulus package. This package, the perception is that the package has tended to actually benefit the sympathizers of the ruling government and not others. So the capacity of the decentralized units is weak in terms of disaster resilience. Now, so based on the political economy issues, based on the fact that decentralization itself is a political concept, what will the post-COVID-19 period look like in Ghana? The first one is the politics of COVID-19, that the post-COVID-19 period or world will be highly political, or it will be highly politicized. And then, given the political economy issues, it will also affect the progress of decentralization. That's one. The second thing is that we are going to have, capacity deficits in service delivery, and then of course disaster resilience. Capacity deficits, they're already there. But the third issue which I want to flag is that there will be what I call a continuation of centralized decentralization, because the post-COVID period will bring more problems, will bring more issues, and the central government will be compelled to actually intervene. And so I will not be surprised even when the so-called federal states will be seeing the centralized nature of the federal government. Then, of course, one of the things that we've seen in the Ghanaian context is the weak collaboration between NGOs, civil society organizations, and local governments. That may continue unless we reconstruct the way we look at local government units or decentralized units. Again, if you look at the literature, it is not clear whether you need a centralized approach or a decentralized approach in dealing with disasters. I think that we need a combination of both, but then we need the right kind of balance between the centralized approach and the decentralized approach. And that will depend on the context, it will depend on the circumstances, and it will depend on the country. Then the other thing which the post-COVID-19 period will bring to Ghana is more reliance on ICT, more reliance on e-governance and e-government for service delivery. And the final thing that I want to flag is that the policy and institutional framework of decentralization will be reconstructed, will be revisited based on the political economy issues of fighting COVID-19. My final slide. So what are the lessons for the African continent from the Ghanaian experience? I would like to say that building a decentralized disaster resilience framework is both expensive, but it is taken for granted. Politicians have always taken for granted that, oh, disaster management, will it happen at all? But disaster risk is an everyday thing. And so governments must be prepared for it. African governments do not have a budget for disaster management. We need to move away from that. The Ghanaian experience has shown that if you are unprepared, you will be caught unawares by disaster. So we must plan for disasters. We must allocate budget for disasters. That's the first one. The second thing which I want to flag is that we must deepen decentralization by establishing what I call emergency operation centers in the regions and districts. You see, because when it came to the crunch, we were not able to have disaster centers in the districts and the regions. So government was more or less trying to do something which never happened. So we need to deepen decentralization in the post-COVID era by the establishment of emergency operation centers in the regions and districts. The third point, which is very important, is that we need transformative and effective leadership at all levels, whether we like it or not. And the president of the country of Ghana made a very important point. He says that we know how to bring the economy back to life. What we do not know is how to bring people to life. We will therefore protect people's lives than their livelihood. A very profound statement about transformative leadership. So the post-COVID period in Africa will need transformative leaders at all levels. We need also to improve collaboration among all the stakeholders, the state and non-state actors. When we are talking about a collaboration between state and non-state actors is weak or is ineffective. We need to deepen that collaboration between state and non-state actors. Why is this so? The non-state actors are closer to the local citizens than the state actors. That is why a happy harmony between state and non-state actors is very important. The other issue which I want to flag is the issue of improving trust between state institutions and citizens. Trust between state institutions and citizens is weak. It's weak in Africa because, you see, when you are not performing your functions, you lose your legitimacy. Local government units or decentralized units are not performing their functions in Africa, and therefore that trust is no longer there. Citizens do not pay their taxes because they feel that the local government units are not performing well. So why pay my taxes when I know that service delivery is poor? And finally, we need to invest more in ICT, e-government, and e-governance in Africa. I'm done. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Professor Rai, for a very, very passionate presentations. It was excellent expositions from your side. So we had Professor Rai and his research students, as I could see, the previous presentations. So we do believe at this point of time that we have enough presentation from Ghana, and maybe we can take a few questions on Ghana for 5 minutes or so. The house is open. I can see there was some observations made on the notes on the chat, which Professor I can take this up, or your colleagues, your PhD students, if I'm allowed to say so. And right, and now before that, you have been referring to the impositions of the Restriction Act 2020, which was imposed, which has affected the kind of system that you have there in Ghana. Has it taken some, the fundamental rights of the citizens there, or how it's going to affect the local government there? If you can just spend a minute or two on this.
Right, okay. Yeah, so the Restrictions Act has given the president enormous powers to do a lot of things without even going. You see, if you look at the Constitution, it says that in case the president has declared a state of emergency, the renewal, you can go to Parliament after 3 months. But the imposition of restriction, the lockdowns, he does not need to go to Parliament. He can do the lockdowns as time without recourse to anybody. He can do whatever he. So he's more or less like a dictator within a democracy. He can do a lot of things.
There is no emergency provision in your constitutions.
Yeah, there is emergency provisions. Yes, there are emergency provisions in the Constitution, but the president had the discretion either to use the emergency provisions or he comes out with the act. And for political economy issues, he decided not to use the emergency provisions in the Constitution, but have an Imposition of Restrictions Act passed. It was deliberate. So that
that was brought out through an ordinance.
The things that he wanted to do, right? He can do the lockdown, he can do a lot of things that without recourse to Parliament. And that was why the minority walked out, because they felt that it was a subversion of the Constitution by the president indirectly.
Wonderful. Thank you, Professor Rai. And anybody wanted to make a short observation or a short questions, they can unmute yourself. Yes, Durga Prasad Chetri, I can see you. Yes, over to you.
I'm Durga. Thank you, Professor Nai. It's very nice to listen to you. Keynote speech also as today also. So I have some, queries. It's not exactly the question because I believe Ghana is a unitary form of government. If you see the constitutions of Ghana, so because decentralization exists, along the spectrum, but federalism always comes when we discuss about the, the decentralization. So transferring of, responsibility, authority from the central government to local government is relevant, both to the federal and unitary. But, in the federal systems, it involves the, the decentralization of responsibility, power, authority, to fully to the constituent government at the provincial level. So that may not be the case in Ghana because Ghana is a unitary form. So decentralization, in a unitary form of government, it tends to be, a kind of less concerned with satisfying the call for a more regional autonomy. So because your title of the paper is, reconstructing decentralization. So if I may say that, it is there is a need for because I get a sense from your presentation that there is a need for yes, sir.
Dr. Chetri,
complete, sir.
I think you made your point. You made your point. We just have 7 minutes left.
Okay.
And, we had some other excellent presentations. There was a presentation from Dr. Nair on Kerala, and she has made, she has taken a risk of making a presentation, a large group before the large group of Kerala. So I could see there were many observations made about the mixing of these two grants, that someone referred that why Professor Oman, who was actually heading the finance commissions, recommended, it's not just Professor Oman, it's the finance commission recommended that these 2-3 grants be separated out. You just said, Dr. Nair, that they recommended that, but the government didn't agree. But you did not really mention why they wanted to separate it out. Before that, there's Mr. Satyanarayana also raising his hand. So you can take up Mr. Satyanarayana questions as well. Over to you, Mr. Satyanarayana. Okay, Nisha, over to you.
The question raised by Dr. Chathukulam was that why did the 4th Finance Commission went to merge the UFC fund with the plan grant? So during that, as I showed in my graph, that the percentage share of the plan grant was declining. So it was an alarming situation because whenever you refer the literature on decentralization, which specifically focus on Kerala, you will see that 35 to 40% of plan funds set apart for local bodies. But in actual sense, they haven't recommended until now 35% of funds to the local bodies. Now coming to, why did the commission recommended this 25% by merging the UFC and World Bank grant? It is because that they want to hide the percentage share of the plan fund. They don't want to give the burden on the government. So it was done to minimize the burden of the government and also giving the giving local bodies the share of 25%. Now coming to why the local bodies or academicians, they don't know about this merging. Because in panchayats, what we see that the panchayat members are least concerned from where these funds are coming, because the plan is prepared by the plan clerk, and the plan clerk's duty is to prepare the project, and he will fit the project which comes under the guidelines of this UFC grant. I think it's clear now.
Thank you, Dr. Nair. Thank you very much. Okay. Any question to Professor Sivanna on Karnataka? That's the role of the local government there in Karnataka. They have been given powers. They have developed task forces. So, yes, Dr. Kingsley, you wanted to say something. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to ask him a question. I just want to tell the panel that Professor Choi is my PhD supervisor, and I forgot to acknowledge him when I was starting the presentation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think this is now the time to conclude this particular session, which was an excellent session. There was
Sir, one observations I can make.
Yes.
So Jivan Kumar has made some comments that how to include these local governments in the 2005 Act, Disaster Management Act, and also whether you can take this 20 gram panchayats lesson as a statewide success kind of thing. I think, as we know, it's very difficult to generalize sometimes. We need to collect more data on the other panchayats actually, especially which are interior panchayats also there, where they may not get any kind of resources to handle. So that is our answer. And we thought that the central act should involve, instead of local authorities, as local government. So they are specified local government. So then only they can play a very crucial role in the disaster management issues. That's what we thought.
Okay. Now, before we conclude, Sivanna, I just wanted to make a small point here.
Sir.
That this I said right at the beginning, and on which I've written also in March itself, that Disaster Management Act 2005, it assigned a lot of responsibility to the union government, to the state government, and to the district authorities. I can't say district government.
Yes.
And the local government in that act, they have to draw their powers from the district authorities.
Yes.
Which to me is inconsistent to Article 243 ZD, which envisages the district planning committee. So the Disaster Management Act 2005 need to be consistent to the constitutional provisions. So the local governments, both panchayat and municipalities, should be given the role what it has in the constitution, both in part 9 and 9A. So with this, we conclude this session. Thank you very much, the organizers, for organizing this. And that is day 2. And we conclude the session. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Alok.
Professor John, we thank Professor Joseph, Professor John for giving the opportunity.
No, I must thank the chair, Dr. Alok, for chairing the session, and Dr. Sanatosh, Dr. Kingsley, Sylvia, Dr. Nisha, Professor Shivanna, Bilava, Viresha, Alagananda, and Professor Joseph I for being the panelists in the session. Thank you, and good evening and good night. Tomorrow we will be meeting again at 4:30 in the evening. So you are most welcome to join us. Thank you and all the best. Bye.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Alec, for a wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jose.
Thank you, Professor Jose and John.
Thank you.